Hello, I'm Regina with AG Designs, and today we're going to sew the Morena and the Mini by Oby. So these are two little great finds. You will find with the mini attaches to the strap. Now it is detachable, so you do not have to keep this on. You can actually tuck this inside the purse, or wear it actually on the strap, and you can position it wherever you like to have it on the strap. You might want it closer up to you, when the purse is on, etc. With the mini, you have your belt that goes across the front, so it's very decorative and cute. You have a snap here, so you can snap this closed, right? And then, like I said, it's small enough, just enough. So if you want to use this for like your car keys or your lipsticks, just something quick and easy that you can grab, having this on the outside of your purse, right? Otherwise, you can again detach this from the strap and put it on the inside. Now with the Morena, you do have an adjustable strap. So an adjustable meaning you have your different slots here to adjust the length of your purse. Okay, and again, just undo it and you can slide this out from the back of the mini if you do not want to have the mini on the outside. Now the Morena, you do have a snap as well on the front part of the purse that closes it. So you have your decorative piece with your belt that goes across the front, just like you have it on your mini. Okay, so you can snap and unsnap without having to take this loose. Now you can, if you want to make your purse a little tighter, coming in more, then you can adjust, your belt strap here. Now, again, you do have your snap that goes onto your purse. And inside the purse, you have two slip pockets, one in the front, one in the back. Okay, so the back slip pocket is here. And now, mind you, both of them are the exact same size. So some people I know like to have a zipper pocket versus a slip pocket. So you could actually make, one of them a zipper pocket instead of having two slip pockets. And then, of course, you have your other slip pocket against the front panel. And then you have your inside portion of your purse. Okay, so this is to me, it was fairly easy to sew and get through, and I don't think you'll have any type of difficulty, actually sewing this purse. So with this purse, of course, when you're connecting your mini to it, again, you have your strap here where you would actually run it through the back of the mini to attach it. Okay, and then across the back of the purse you have your belt, and this is a part of the front belt that is decorative that goes around. It ends up here in the front. So as you can see on the side, the belt runs through the side. So here is where I mentioned too, like if you wanted to make the purse come in a little tighter, right, from the sides, or even just, how can I say it, not smushing the bag, but just making it tighter. You can actually adjust your belt strap here, okay? And then that would manipulate the tightness within your purse. So what I've done is I've created a video to show you how I sewed both of these beauties. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it, starting with what you'll need for your supplies and then going step by step. And I will also tell you, make sure that you print your cut list and tips when making any handbag. So if it's provided, because you want to make sure that you read through, to make sure you have everything cut. So you will have pattern pieces that you'll cut, and then you'll also have pieces listed here in addition, where you're given the measurements of what you need to cut for the material, right? So I just always like to get in the habit of printing my list. So sometimes I'll go through and check it off that yes, I have everything listed here. And you'll see within when I show you all the supplies that you need and the pattern pieces and things like that, you'll see I like to attach my pattern piece to the actual piece that I cut. So I'll know which is which, right? So I'm not pulling the incorrect piece when it's time to actually sew something. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the video so that you can make your own beauties. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so let's get into the supplies that you will use for this project. So I normally will print the cut list if there's one that's provided in the pattern. So the cut list and tips. So you want to make sure that you read everything first, right? Go through the pattern, make sure you truly understand everything. Make sure you have all the supplies that you need, right? So this cut list and tips, it tells you for each of the purses what's required for you to cut, right? So you'll cut the pattern pieces that were provided as well as measurements that are provided in here for additional items. So you just want to make sure that you have all that printed or cut, right? So we'll go through everything that is required. So just starting with the original list that was provided in the pattern. So from a hardware perspective, you know, you need your magnetic snaps. So my fabric is like a cheetah print, so I'm going to go with the gold magnetic snaps. Okay, you also need a cam snap. So here are the snaps that I have. And you know, these come in different colors. I've gotten this off of Amazon. So from the back, you can actually see. So with the can snaps, you will have one with the prong and then how it sits on top so that you can mesh it down so that you can create your snap. So you'll just need one of these. So I will more than likely probably use black for this because of my material. Okay, you also need 3 strap-ins. And you need 3 prong buckles. I haven't picked out my strap-ins yet. They will be gold, but these are the buckles that I am going to use for the project, and those are supposed to be 3/4 of an inch. Okay, then you need to have 15 grommets. So these are the grommets, and I need to go back because I believe I have gold small ones as well. So since I'm going to use gold, I thought I was going to use silver accessories, but after I started cutting my material and getting everything together, I realized, okay, I need to use gold. So I want to use gold rivets as well, but these are the small ones. Okay, so these are 1/4 inch, and if you look at the pattern, it tells you 4 to 6 millimeters, and 6 millimeters would be at 1/4 inch. Okay, so then you need 2 22-inch piping strings. So I still need to make my piping. So I will just take my material and sew it down and inserting my piping cord. So this cord I got off of Amazon, and this is what I use for piping. And then you need 3 rivets, 8 millimeters. I didn't pull, oh, I think I have them right here. These are the rivets that I will be using, and I need to get my other pack, but I will be using gold rivets. So with the rivets, of course, you need to have either the hand mechanism. It's like the long stem metal pole that you can sit and hammer in your rivets to close it, or you can use a rivet press. So this is a rivet press, and I did get this off of Amazon as well.
So I use this for my grommets and for my rivets and closing them. Okay, so then you need to make sure that you have your double-sided tape. So I have 2 different sizes that I will use. This is the extra sticky, because sometimes when I've used the double-sided tape, especially with waterproof canvas, it does not stick. So I ordered the extra sticky, and that seems to be working. And I did get that off of Amazon as well. You need some leather or fabric glue. I like to use the 3-in-1 by Beacon. It dries fast, and it seems to work really well for me. Okay, an air erasing marker or utensils. So I do have a fabric eraser. So if you're using pencils, you can, to mark things with, this is a fabric eraser, or these pens. And I also have another type of pen that you can use, but the ink will go away. So this ink, and they come in different colors. I have purple, orange, green, blue, black, white. But you use these to mark with, and the ink will go away. Okay, you need your scissors, your sewing clips or stapler. So these are the clips that I will be using. Duct tape, a sewing needle, and then again your hole punch, right? So what we're gonna do now is just quickly go through the pieces of material that you need to make sure that you have cut. Okay, so I will do this by each purse. We'll start with the main bag first, and then we'll move on to the mini. So with the actual pattern pieces, you need to cut your gusset panel. So this is going to be my gusset. And again, I am using cheetah print. Okay, so that's the gusset panel. You'll need your main front panel. And a lot of times I write on the back. As long as it's not see-through material, I'll write in pen on the back. Or I'll keep this attached to it, right? But just be careful when you're writing if you're using real pen on the back of your fabric, because if it's see-through, it may come through, right? Or something very light, the ink may bleed through, so just be very careful. But anyways, this is going to be your main front panel. Okay. You need your main back and flat panel. So, which is this one. It's a longer piece. Okay. Then you have your main lining. And so you want to make sure that you cut 2 pieces of your lining. This is the back side of the waterproof canvas that I'm using. So I'm using like a chocolate color for my lining. Your flap interfacing, or excuse me, let me just finish with the fabric first. Then we'll go into the interfacings. Your lining flap. So this is your lining flap that you'll be using. Okay, and then from a cut material perspective, it calls for 2 slip pocket trims. Okay, all the measurements for what you need to cut this for is in the pattern. And so you will find that in your cut list. So go through, make sure you can check off what you have cut from a pattern perspective, or the measurements that are provided for the extra things you need to physically cut. Okay, and then it's 2 of these. These are the belt holders. So I cut these in my cheetah print because my belt is going to be brown. My strap and belt will be brown. Okay, so then this here is going to be the, what was it called? The strap, I know I wrote in here. Oh, the strap accent. So I have cut this in more of a lighter brown for my accent. Okay, my actual strap, and this is going to be for the adjustable strap, is going to be the chocolate brown. Okay. And then it also calls for your belt panel. So I made this also the chocolate brown. I think it'll look very nice up against this material. Okay, and then you need your split belts. So there are 2 different sizes that you have to cut. And then you also need your slip pocket panels for your pockets. Okay, so it's 2 of those. And I've cut that in my waterproof canvas in the chocolate. And then this is the interfacing that I will use for the belt strap, the strap. Okay, and then from a interfacing perspective, you have your panels. This is for the flap interfacing, and this is in the Decaville Light. Okay, then I have my main interfacing, so 2 pieces of this. This is the Decaville Heavy. And then I have my base interfacing, which is also the Decaville Heavy. And just make sure that you pay close attention to your patterns where it states to fold when you're actually cutting your material, because you want to make sure that you do cut the right size, right? So some of the pieces will tell you that you need to fold it so that you're getting a larger size than what the pattern has been cut for. Okay, and then if we move on to the smaller bag, so the mini. So with the mini, of course you have your main panel material and your interfacing, or excuse me, your lining. So again, I'm still sticking with my cheetah and then my chocolate lining, and that's waterproof canvas. Okay, and then you have your Decaville Heavy interfacing for the piece as well. Okay, in addition to that, it calls for 1 belt holder, and then you have the mini belts. There's 2 that you have to cut, so 2 different sizes. So again, that is within the pattern. So along with all of that, I have my company of my business name, so my logos that I do put on the purses. So I will be putting this on the main, and I may put one on the mini, just not sure yet. But so I have everything cut, ready to go. The only thing I need to make is my piping. So I will cut the 22 inches of that brown fabric, and then I will use my piping cord to make my piping. So there are plenty of videos out on YouTube. I will more than likely film me actually sewing and making my piping, just so you can get the gist of it. But it's really simple. But other than that, just make sure you have all your stuff cut and labeled and ready to go. So see you on the next frame as we get ready to actually sew this. Okay, and I went ahead and pulled out my gold grommets that I will use. And these are the 6 millimeters, which is a 1/4 inch gold grommets. Earlier I showed you the silver ones, but my accessories will be in gold color. So these are those. All right. Okay, so I have sewn one of the pipings, and I'm going to show you how I put this together to sew the additional one. All right, this is the piping cord. This is 1/8 of an inch. I have cut my strip just 1 inch. Some people may cut it 2 inches wide just so that they have enough room to sew with. But I think for me, 1 inch is more than enough. Okay, so all I'm going to do is put it right down the center and then make sure that both ends meet and clamp it together and then just sew it down. So let me just go through and put this together. So I'm just making sure that when I fold over the two pieces of the piece of material folds over and meets on the other side evenly. And I'm just going to use some of these clips just to keep it together. You could perhaps put a strip of, the double-sided tape through it so that it sticks. And then you may not need to use clips. But I'm just going to clip here. I try to minimize the amount of double-sided tape that I use because my needles do not really like it on the sewing machine. So to prevent having to stop sewing and cleaning the needles and all that kind of stuff, I just try not to use it too much. And I'm just using my regular presser foot. I did not change it out to any other. And I just lay this completely underneath. And I just sew. So I will lay it completely underneath in here and just sew. So we're almost there with finishing lining this up. So again, if you use a wider piece of material, you may end up cutting some of that once you're ready to, sew it onto the bag. So I don't like to waste too much. So I just make it for, what I truly need. But like I said, 1 inch works for me. All right. So we're at the end of putting this together. Okay, so I have it all pinned. And so now what I'm going to do is just put it underneath here and sew it straight down. And I'm making sure that I sew close to the actual cord. So I just set it right up underneath. So therefore I can sew it close to the cord. And I just go straight down. And my scissors. And there you have it. So here's the piping cord. So I'm just going to put that to the side. And now we'll go ahead and start with the first piece of the pattern. Okay, so we're just going to follow the pattern through. So first we're going to take the mini main panel piece And it says to turn it wrong side up. And then we're going to use the pattern. And there are 2 slits that you should cut. You want to line this up and make your markings. So where you've made those slits on the pattern, just take your pen and make your markings through it. Okay, so then it states the next thing we're going to do with this is measure and mark a line 1/8 inch away from each side of the lines. Okay, so take your ruler, and where did I put my ruler? Okay, so take your ruler and you're gonna mark 1/8 inch away from each side of the lines. And then you're just gonna draw connecting lines to where you make it like a box. Okay, so I'm just gonna come down here to the end of the line at my 1/8 inch marking. Okay, then I'm just going to draw a line up, and then I'll draw one down. And I'll do the same thing for the other side. So I have my ruler on the 1/8 inch line. So therefore I can draw it up to the top and then away on the bottom to the next 1/8. Okay, so just so you can see, I've just drawn it to make it look like an eye. And then what I'm going to do is connect those lines to make a box. So like so. So you're going to do the same thing for the next one. So go ahead and mark 1/8 of an inch, top and bottom of the lines, and draw your box. All right, so when you do your markings, you should have your markings should look like this. So you should have 2. And the way that you can check your work to make sure that everything with your measurements are accurate, from the top here down to the box, that should be 4 3/4 inches. So I've already measured mine. So that is 4 3/4 inches. And then from the top edge here, when you turn it sideways, going down, that should be 1 3/8 to hit the box. Okay, so I did measure mine already off camera. All right, so the next thing you're going to do is mark a spot 1/4 inch up from the line, from the bottom line going up, from the top line coming down. Mark your lines, and then you're just going to draw your V. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and mark from 1/4 inch on my line here. And I'll do the same thing from the bottom. Okay, and then what you're going to do is draw your V. So basically, from one side, it will look like an upside down V. And I'll show you what mine look like. Okay, so you're just basically marking and making your V. Okay, so you want to make sure that you do this for the other side as well. And then what you'll do after you do this, on the line, the straight line, you're going to cut this line out using your seam ripper. And then you're going to cut your V, right, just to the line, to the box of the corners, because you want to be able to fold that back so that we can sew it. So go ahead and do the second box, coming down 1/4 inch and marking and drawing your V. Okay. So like I said, you want to take your seam ripper and go ahead and cut your line. And then you can use either your glue, or if you have the strong double-sided tape, you can use that as you peel this back to lay it down. Okay, so I'm just going to take my seam ripper here and do the first one just to show you. So just where the point starts of your V, okay, where the point starts at the bottom one is where I'm going to cut the line, just going straight up to the tip of the next V. And then I'm just going to take the seam ripper here and go and follow the V cut. I want to make sure that I do not go past my box corner, okay? So I'm just taking it. And so that's for you can see, I just cut down the center line and then I followed that V, because you want to be able to peel this back and have it lay flat. So either you're going to use your glue or your double-sided tape, but you're going to do this for the top and the bottom. So therefore you can lay your edges out, okay? And you'll want to do the same thing for the second box. So go ahead and do that and use your placement with either your glue or your double-sided tape. Okay, so you should have 2 holes, like your square holes. What I ended up doing, because I did use double-sided tape and I used a little glue, and it seemed like it still didn't want to lay down. So what I ended up doing is just making sure I place double-sided tape, and I'm just going to leave it like this. And when I sew, I'll just sew over the double-sided tape, right? But you should have your 2 square holes here. And again, you know, you only cut on the line and then you cut the V so that you can pull them backwards, right? Okay, so then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to measure around the sides. We're going to measure and follow the pattern. And we're going to draw lines on the wrong side. So on this side of the fabric, we're going to draw a 1/2 inch in all around. So you'll take your ruler, measure in a 1/2 inch all the way around, even for the curve part, the bottom. You're going to measure everything a 1/2 inch and draw your lines, okay? So we're going to go ahead and do that step. Now, if you want, you can also print another one of these, and then you can cut this where the lines are and use that as a pattern piece as well. Otherwise, just take your ruler and mark, you know, your 1/2 inch all the way around, and then just connect your lines. Okay, so go ahead and do that, and then we'll move on to the next step. Okay, so you should have gone around and measured in a 1/2 inch all the way around along with your curve, right? In the bottom, all the way, and then connecting the lines. So at this point, you're going to, in these corners, these top corners and your bottom curve corners, you're going to measure in a 1/4 inch. So just draw a line, 45-degree angle, going down from the corner, a 1/4 inch, just draw a line, because you're going to end up snipping there. So therefore, when you fold this all the way around, everything sits nice and neat, okay, without the ridges and things like that. So go ahead and make sure that you put double-sided tape along the edge, the outer edge, okay? Make sure that you snip your corners a 1/4 inch in. And then what we're going to do at that point, we're going to fold in
and lay it down, okay? So you want to make sure that you're going to fold your edges to meet your drawn line. So not folding at the line, but bring this in to meet the drawn lines, okay? So that it can fold down neatly. And you may need to go ahead as well and snip these corners at the top just so everything can lay, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead at this point and take my double-sided tape and I'm going to use a thinner piece. So this is my, I think this is my 1/4 inch tape here. And so I'm going to line this at the outer edge all the way around. So I'm going to go all the way around. Ooh, and this is extremely sticky. And I'll end up cutting off the excess because I let it run over, but at the top here, but I'll cut that. But just to get you started so you can see what you're actually going to do. And then I'll pause here and let you go ahead and finish putting your tape all around your edges, and then you'll make sure that you cut in because you should still see your marking so that you can cut in those corners as well. Okay, so just to get you started with this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and finish lining mine and then cutting the excess off the edges. So what you're going to do is put your double-sided tape at the edge on the inside, going all the way around, okay? I will cut this top piece off that hangs over to make it nice and flush. I will get my corners cut in, and I will cut in those corners too so that everything will lay flushed once you peel this back, okay? And then you may need to use clips just to keep it down. It just depends on how sticky your double-sided tape is. If it's not that sticky, then go ahead and use some clips to hold it down, okay? All right, so go ahead and finish outlining your entire piece with the double-sided tape. Okay, so at this point, this is how your piece should look. You should have tape going all the way around, okay? So now when you pull off your tape to bring your corners or your edges into the line, you can actually, instead of cutting your top corners here, you can actually fold down to make like a V and then snip it, right, where it meets so that it's kind of flush there. And then just use your clamps to clamp it down so that it holds in place. Now, when you pull your tape off around the edge here, you can make little snippets going around your curve so that you can help keep your curve when you fold these in, as well as the end corners here you will bring up together. So when you fold it, and I'm just going to turn it upside down just to kind of show you, when you fold it, it will come inward like that, like they're sticking together, and then you can just clip it to make it flushed, okay? So you want to go ahead and start taking your tape off and bringing it down just to the line. Do not fold it to where it goes beyond the line. You just want to meet your edge to the edge of your lines, okay? So I'll show you what I'm talking about with your seams at the corners. And then I'll let you go ahead and do yours, and I will complete mine. Okay, so I've just taken off the top and going around the edge here. So what I'm going to do, and let me bring this one, take this one off too. This side. Okay, so I'm going to bring the top down and fold right to the line. Okay, so just like that. Okay, now I'm going to keep my corners kind of up, but I want to just bring the top down to meet the line. Okay, now I'm going to take my side and I'm going to pull that over, because remember, I've already snipped it about 1/4 inch in, right? So I'm going to bring the side over just till it meets the line. And then my corner kind of does a puckered kiss, is what I like to call it. So I'll show you. So you will have the corner piece that sticks up. So if you can kind of see it this way and face forward, all I did was smush my corners together. Okay, so it has a point. Just like that. So all I'm going to do is take my scissors and cut that to where it will be flushed. Okay, so I'm just going to cut it here so that it'll be flushed. And make sure you're not cutting any of the excess off from your real part of the pattern. You want it to be flushed. Okay, so it's just making that little merging kiss and then cutting that piece so that you can lay this flushed. Okay, so you want to do this for all your corners. And then again, as you get down to the bottom, just cut some small snippets so that you can keep your shape as you're taping this down to the lines. So as you tape, go ahead and put you some pins to kind of hold that down, because if your double-sided tape is not extra sticky, and it could be extra sticky, but because of the type of fabric that you're using, it just will not, you know. So here you are. Once you have placed your tape all the way around and you've cut your little snippets on the sides and you fold it to the line, this is what the pattern should look like. Okay, and then from the other side, and I know I probably am excessive with my clips, but I like to make sure that it stays down. Okay, so again, your tape may be extra sticky, but because of the fabric you're using, it may not stick, right, or stay laying down. So just make sure that you secure it the best way that you can. Okay. Okay, so the next thing you're going to do is take your lining and you will do the exact same thing that you did, everything from steps 1 through 11. Well, everything that you did on this, you're going to do on your lining. Okay, so that includes cutting your boxes out at the top, cutting your snippets 1/4 inch in the corners so that you can lay it down flat, putting your double-sided tape all the way around on here, marking your lines. So make sure on the back of your lining you mark in 1/2 inch all the way around and tape it down. Okay, so we'll meet back once you have that completed. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is go ahead and put your interfacing in on your main panel, and you should have with your lining done the same thing, like completed your okay, so your lining should look like this.
you have your holes cut out, and you either taped with the double-sided tape or you glued this down in the back. And I still just use double-sided tape to put mine down. And so what you want to do is take your interfacing for your main panel and go ahead and get that on the back. Now I have the kind that you heat with the iron because it has the adhesive on the back of it. So whether you have the adhesive kind or the glue kind, you know, you want to just go ahead and get that onto your back. And make sure you be careful too when you're ironing this on the back, because of not putting this on before you started doing everything. You know, you just want to make sure your iron does not touch the sides of your vinyl if you're using vinyl material, because it will melt it, right? So just be very careful when putting it in and making sure to keep it out of your seam lines for sewing. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is actually take both pieces. We're going to match it up. And you know, I have all of these clips, so the clips will come off once I match them up, and then I'll just have one set on. But what you're going to do is, once you match them up, wrong sides touching, so you should have your good front part and your good part showing for your lining. Then what we're going to do is just sew across the bottom. We're going to sew a seam, 1/8 inch of a seam across the bottom. And then we're going to go across, around the boxes, and we're going to sew that together. And that's it. And then you'll pause. So go ahead, match this up. So line it up very well. And then sew a 1/8 inch seam across the bottom. And then sew right around your box. And that should connect your lining. Okay? So connecting your lining with the boxes that are cut out and the bottom piece. And that's it. And just make sure you keep everything else clipped together. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll come right back. Okay, just to show you before I start to sew, this is what I have. So I've taken off the 2 layers of pins, and now I just have one, and I've connected everything together. And in here where my holes are, I've just put some pins just to help keep it secure, you know, so I can sew properly. So we're going to go ahead and sew this again with your seam allowance, referring to the pattern, and the bottom is going to be 1/4 inch. And then you're going to sew around the box for the 2 holes here, and you're going to pull your strings through. So on the bottom, when you sew, you're going to go ahead and back stitch, right, when you start and stop. But when you sew around the boxes, you're going to leave your strings long so that you can pull it through and tie them in the back. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so once you finish sewing, so I've sewed my bottom, and then I've sewed around my boxes. So you will have 2 pieces of your strings hanging from the front and from the back. And what you want to do is, in the back, you want to get one of the strings and pull it up just a bit, like pulling it to the right or the left, depending upon how you sewed it. And then you should see where it pops up the other piece of string that's attached, so you can pull it through from the front. Okay, and you can kind of see this coming up. So now I have 3, and because my material is brown and my strings are brown, it's kind of hard for me to see a little bit. But let's go ahead and get that final one pulled up and brought to the back here. Okay, so I have my 4 strings. So what I'm going to do is tie them. Oops, I have one more that's hanging. Hold on. one more that's still hanging from the front. It gets off of that. So let's see. And be very careful when you're pulling the strings through so that you don't pop it. That's 1, 2, 3. I felt it give way. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead now and tie them into 2 knots. It's a shame when you use the same color thread as the as your lining, and when you have bad eyes, to be able to try and see to even tie in a knot and pull things through. Okay. This one, let's try getting another knot going in here. I don't know why this is so difficult for me today. There. This one. Let's get another one in, and then I'll take my lighter and I will burn the back of it. I just take it to burn down the thread some so that it'll stop it from running. All right, and I want to do the same thing with the other one. So let me keep them separated as best as I can. And then you just tug a little bit and you'll feel the thread give way to where you can pull up from the front. So I'm going to go ahead and tie this first one into the 2 knots, and then I'll pull up the second one and get that tied. While I can see. Because the struggle is real with this. Okay, I'll cut that one. And then let me do this one. Okay, so I have my 2 strings here, and I'm just tying in a knot. Maybe if I put it in the light a little bit more, then it'll help with my eyes. How about that? Okay, that's better. Okay, and then I'm just gonna light the back of those as well, just to bring the thread down. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna move on to the next step. Okay, so now you're gonna take both of your mini belts, and what you're going to do is on the mini belts, you wanna find your centers and draw a line straight down the middle for your centers. And then you're gonna actually on 3 of the sides, so the 2 sides and 1 end only, you're gonna mark it a 1/2 inch in and connect those lines so it will look like a box. Do not do it for this bottom part here. So once you draw your lines, then you're gonna line it with your double-sided tape around the 3 edges. You're gonna bring the edges into the first line, which is the 1/2 line mark, okay? And then you will fold it again to where it will fold up and look like this. And then you're gonna end up sewing all the way around all 4 sides, and then you'll stop there. So let's do this together. So I did one just to show you what the end result is gonna look like, okay? But what you want to do, again, if you have not already found your centers, go ahead and measure your centers and draw a line straight down the middle. Okay, and then you're also going to measure in a 1/2 inch. So here's my center line, okay? Now I'm gonna measure in from the edge 1/2 inch in. So I'm just gonna make about 3 marks here. I'll do it for the 2 sides, the long sides, and then I'm gonna do it just for the 1 bottom. Once you have your marks made, of course, you want to connect your lines. Okay, and then coming in for the bottom, I will mark it here and here. And then I will draw my lines. Okay, so then I'm going to draw my lines to connect my dots. And for my sides, okay, and the other side. Okay, so this is what my lines look like, okay? So now I'm gonna go ahead and put double-sided tape just on the 3 sides where I did my markings. Okay, so once you have that with your double-sided tape, okay, you'll pull your tape off, and then you're going to bring the tape down to the very first line. That's it. Okay, you want to let it meet there. So do not bring it down to the center. You bring it to your first line. That's the 1/2 inch in. Okay. And you may have to use, you know, your clips, just a couple, just to keep it in place if your tape does not hold well with the type of material you're using. I'm going to do the other side, and then I'll do the bottom, folding that in. And then we're going to end up folding it one more time, and then we'll sew. All right, so now I'm going to fold my bottom in. And I will tell you too, on the one that I did as a test, I brought my edges together like we did with our main panel, only because I wanted to make sure I could sew it flushed. So my edges have the prong kind of sticking up, right, from where I'm connecting. And I'm just going to cut that to make it flush. My sewing machine does not like bulky at all. Okay, so then my pieces, you know, are flushed. All right, so now what I'm going to do is just take them and fold them down in the middle so that I make one long piece. And then from here, I'm just going to top stitch it all around just to close it. And I don't know about you, but my machine is not happy with this double-sided tape. I'm going to have to clean my needle in a second because it's pretty sticky. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like when you fold it over. Okay, and so now you're just going to stitch, top stitch all the way around, all sides. Now with this, you can also backstitch or pull your strings through and then burn them as well. So I like to tie it twice. And then I cut the excess and burn. And I've done something here with the... No, I pulled in some of the other string here. Okay. All right. So Now the pattern tells us we want to work with one of the buckles. So what we're going to do is we need to figure out which one of our belts here are we're looking for the one that's 4¼ inch long. So I already know that this is a longer one than this one, but let's just measure them out just to make sure that we're actually working with the correct one. Yeah, because this is over 5 inches. So this one should be the 4¼ and it is. Okay, so it says we're now going to measure in from the short folded in. So the one end, remember that you folded in on the bottom, we're going to work from that side. So what you're going to do is measure in 1 inch in the center and then mark it, and then we're going to cut a hole. So you can feel it. It's your thicker end. Measure in 1 inch. Make sure it's in the center. Okay. Put your dot there, and that's where you're going to end up punching your hole. So this is where I want to punch it. Okay. So that is, let me just double check. I want to make sure that I'm 1 inch in. Okay. So then I'm going to get my hole punch and I'm going to put a hole in it. So I don't know if you all have one of these, but this is what I use to punch my holes. Okay, so now we have our hole here in this belt. So go ahead and pull your buckle and then we'll put that piece together. Okay, so once you have your prong, your buckle, we're gonna lift the prong here. Okay, so your prong is standing up. I'm going to take my material and then I'm going to just insert it down like this, okay, into the belt, or into the prong, the buckle, I should say. Then I'm going to stick my prong here through to where I can pull it up. So I just have it like this, okay? So when I pull it back, you will be able to see your buckle all the way through like this. And this is the back. The back is your excess, okay? So here's the excess folded backwards. And you want to clip that into place. And then what you're going to end up doing is making a little square box. It's going to be a 5/8 of an inch square box that you're going to sew in the middle here. So right in here, sew you a square box, 5/8 of an inch, okay? And just be careful that your needle does not hit your bottom buckle and break. But you just want to make a little small square box in here to connect the straps. And in doing so too, make sure that everything stays straight. okay? Because your material may want to pull, and then it will not be even. And sometimes when I'm making these boxes, I can't see where I started and or stopped. So hopefully it's a little better for you. Okay, I did pretty good with mine this time. And you can pull your strings either through and then attach in the back, or just cut and burn. I'm just gonna cut and burn. Okay, so I have my little square box here that's attached to both pieces of the belt here. Okay, so next what we will do, we're gonna set this aside. Now we're gonna take the longer piece and work with that. Okay, so it tells us to measure from the folded edge, which is the thicker piece, on the remaining mini belt panel, and make centered marks at 3/4 inch, 1 3/4, 2 3/4, and 3 3/4. This is where I believe we're going to end up putting our grommets, I do believe, yes. Okay, so our points are going to be, again, we're gonna make a mark in the center at 3/4 inch, 1 3/4, 2 3/4, and 3 3/4. At those marks, that's where we will actually punch our holes for our grommets, okay? So let's go ahead and make our marks. Now with my grommets, this does not have a big enough hole for my grommet, so I'm gonna need to go and get my smallest punch that can punch the hole for my grommets. So I will be right back. Okay, I've gone and pulled out my grommet tool here, and I have my dies. So I found the one that has the little prong that sticks up, and not sure if you use these or not, but you want to make sure you have the right size in here that can go through and punch the hole, like, well, I won't say punch the hole, to create the closure for your grommets. Okay, so I've done one, but just to show you what I'm doing, I could not find my puncher that would punch the smaller holes, so I said, let me just use the largest dial from this. So from this tool, I've put it on the largest hole punch, and it actually works for this size. So I'm just going to go ahead and punch the remaining holes. I have them marked. And then I'm going to take one of my pieces here. The one that is the round one with the piece sticking up. I will push that through my material. So I will push it through the hole. Or I'm going to sit it in the die first. Then I'll sit my material on top. That'll be the easiest way. And then I'm just pushing the little prong up through the material, because when I put the ring on, I want to make sure all the material is through here so it will close properly. Okay, and then I'm just going to take my ring. It's just the flat piece of the ring here. You may or may not be able to see it well. Okay, I'm going to sit this on top for the closure. And then I'm just going to press this to lock it and close. And you can feel it when you're pushing down. Oops, and my actual prong wasn't all the way through. But when you're closing it, you can feel it. Try to go through to set it. So I don't think I had the material all the way around the prong, so I just got a new one. So I want to fit that in first, then I'll sit it back into the machine. Okay. So now I have the material all the way through the hole here. Okay, you can see through the hole. Now I'm going to sit this here on the machine. Okay, I'm still gonna make sure that the material is pushed down. I'm going to get my ring, another one, and push that over, making sure that it is down and around the entire base here. And then I'm going to attempt to close it again, and let's see. Okay, and it is in there. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it for the remaining two. You do the same, and then we will meet back. Okay, so now the step that we're going to do is bringing up the bottom of the bag, and we're going to match the rounded corner. So this rounded corner needs to match with this side seam here. Okay, so I've already done one side to kind of show you what it's supposed to look like, and so we're going to go ahead and bring the second side up and pin it. So go ahead and do yours while I do mine, so you can go ahead and complete both sides. Okay, okay, so now that everything is completed here, what we're going to do now is get our buckle. And on the right side up, so it will be your front side of your buckle, what you're going to do is take your ruler and measure in 1/2 inch from the bottom up and draw a line across. Okay, and that is going to be on the side with the buckle. So the good side where you've stitched your little box, make sure it's right side up. From the bottom in here, draw a line that's 1/2 inch from the bottom. Okay, and then once you draw your line, what you're going to do is turn your mini over so that, you know, it's laying where it's right side up, but on the back side here. And you might want to use your ruler just to make sure that you're placing it in the same spot on each side, because we're going to end up doing something similar to with the side that has all your other strap holes, right? I just can't think of the thing right now. But what we're going to end up doing is inserting this part of the belt buckle in between your fabric and your lining, right? So just
as a example here, and I'm just going to insert mine. I'm just going to take these 2 prongs out because you want to make sure too that this is inserted underneath your holes that you have. So let me just take these off so I can get in between my lining and my back side of the fabric. And I just want to insert it to where the line is, the line that we drew. Okay, because we're going to end up sewing all this together. So I want to make sure everything is tucked in nice and neat, and then go ahead and secure it. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. You have your buckle, and it depends too on which side you like for your buckle to appear. Now, some of you, you know, whether you're right-handed, left-handed, you might like to have your buckle go from left to right or from right to left. My buckle is going to end up being from left to right. Okay, if I face it forward, this looks like the right side of my bag facing you. This is where my buckle is, but it's actually on my left side when I turn it over. Okay, so from the back end, the back side, this is where I have inserted my buckle. So what I want to do is, I'm just going to take my ruler and place it on the other side, and I'm just going to draw myself just a little line so I make sure that I insert the other end at that point, right? But and that's just what I like to do, just to make sure that everything for me is pretty balanced. Okay, I'm just gonna put a little mark here, and no one will see your mark either because it's on your back side. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next step. So what it states for us to do at this point now is take the other side of the belt, which is this one, okay, right side up as well, and we're going to draw that 1/2 inch line on this side, starting from the bottom going up. And again, I'm going to mark it on both sides so that I can draw my line across, because that will help me with placement. Okay. Okay, so I have my 1/2 inch line here on the bottom. Now where I put my little mark on the bag, that's where I'm gonna insert this side, right in between the fabric and the lining of the back side. So depending upon what type of fabric you have, you might have to open it up a little bit. You know, mine is a little stiff because I am using this vinyl, and this vinyl seems to be a little tighter. Okay, so where my little line is, that's my placement, and I'm going to insert it down to the line that I drew. Okay, and then I'm going to secure everything as well here. Okay, so now we have both pieces of the belt secured on the bag, you know, with our clips. Okay, and so this is what it looks like from the back side. And for me, you know, I just like to make sure things are gonna be okay. So I just want to bring it around just to see, okay, is it lined up pretty well before we start to sew this? Okay, and yeah, mine's balanced. So, but now I'm just trying to debate, do I want to turn this around so that my buckle is coming in from, nope, I'll leave it this way. Okay. All right. So then our next step, what we're going to do is stitch, okay? We're going to stitch starting from the bottom corner. So I'm turning it upside down because this is how I'm going to stitch my bag. I'm going to start from this bottom corner, make my way all the way up and around here, going around, top stitching the entire bag and ending back up at the bottom. So I will start with back stitching, you know, once I start to stitch this. Okay, so go ahead and sew this up completely all the way around is what you're going to do. So go ahead and do that and then meet me back here. Okay, so now you should have sewn your entire pouch, closed everything up all the way around from the top to the bottom. Okay, and your bags should be secured. Now mine sewed a little rough, and I think it's because of this, the type of fabric that I use. This is a vinyl, and it's kind of stiff, so it made it a little difficult with sewing, trying to get this all together. And I think because of how the bottom piece here, you know, kind of pouches up. That's what I'm gonna say it was. So now what we want to do is take our belt holder, okay, and then we're gonna draw a line down the center. So measure and then get your center points and then draw a line down. And if you want, you can do the double-sided tape on the edges so that you can fold up to the line, because we're going to sew all the way around once we have everything folded up. Now, I'm going to do this without double-sided tape today. My machine or my needles do not like all of that stickiness. So I'm just going to push up and secure with the pins. And then sew all the way around. Okay, so go ahead and get your belt holder and get your placements. Sew all the way around, and then we'll go ahead and put our holes in, and then so we can secure it to the actual belt. Okay, so now that we have our strap sewn, what we're going to do is take this and measure on each end, a 1/4 inch in, and we're gonna punch a hole in there. Okay, so make sure that it is centered. And let me get my hole punch here. Turn it back to the spot that I like. Okay, so take your ruler and measure in, like I said, a 1/4 inch in. And that's going to be centering it as well. Okay. Alright, so I have my first hole, and now let's do the second one. And for some too, you know, you can bring it up. If you don't think you're centering properly, you can bring it up together and then take your hole punch back through the hole here. And with everything lined up correctly, you can just punch another hole. So therefore, you'll have your hole in the right placement. Okay? All right, so we have our two holes there. All right, and so you will need to have your rivets. So go ahead and get your rivets ready as well, because you're going to secure this with the rivets. Okay. Okay, so now that you have punched your holes, what we're going to do now is insert our rivets. Okay, so what you'll want to do is take your mini here and the strap where the buckle is. You're going to measure in 1 inch, and where I measured from was where we started top stitching the little box on the folded part here of the buckle, how we did the square box. I took from the top of that, measuring in to 1 inch. That's where we're going to punch a hole. Okay, make sure that it's centered. All right, and then we're going to push a rivet through the hole from the right side to the wrong side. Okay, and then we're going to turn it over, and then from the wrong side, we want to place the little belt loop, right? So that's going to be from the wrong side to the right side. So I am going to turn my right side of my belt loop up, so that's facing me. Then I'm going to just loop this around and bring it back through the hole that we made on the end of it. And I'm going to place my cap on and then set this in place. Okay, so before I set it, this is what it looks like. So we have the belt looped around and the underside. Okay, what I'm also going to do is, you know, where we sewed the square top piece here, right above the buckle, or excuse me, the buckle, I'm going to place a hole there too and put another rivet there just for decoration and more security as well. So I'm going to punch a hole right in the center of where we drew the we sewed the square. And then let me get another rivet here and push that through. Okay, and now, so now it looks a little bit more decorative. And so I have the rivet there, and we want to go ahead and close these. Okay. So I'm going to place the first one in my press here. And I think I need to order me a new press or something, because sometimes this just does not want to cooperate when I'm using it and closing everything up. But it worked today. Okay, and then where I inserted it near the belt buckle for the decorative piece, I'm going to close that cap up as well. But I do need to order me some more dies and probably better rivet holders, because the ones that came with the machine here just doesn't seem to be doing the job that great. Okay. All right, so that's all nice and secured. Let me just put this away here. Okay, and now what we need to do is get our cam snap so that we can put snaps in at the top here and then down in here as well, right? So that way we are able to close this up and snap it, and then we can bring this across and close this up. Okay, so let me get my snap, and then we will close this up, and then we'll be ready to start sewing the nester bag. Okay, so now that we have our cam snaps out, so what I went ahead and did first too, I just wanted to push this down and buckle it just to make sure everything looked okay. And one mistake that I did make with measuring, when we were putting on the belt buckle strap, I measured originally from the top of the little box we sewed, the little decorative square box, down to give it 1 inch. But really, you should sew it, or excuse me, you should measure from where the fold is from the belt buckle. So if I take this off, where the fold is down. So you'll measure from here inside your belt buckle where that fold is down 1 inch. So I corrected my strap here, and because I had placed another hole right earlier, I just went ahead and put a smaller little rivet in just to cover that hole to make it decorative. So just remember to do your strap from the bend here at the buckle when you're measuring down to find your placement hole on your belt for your rivet. Okay, so sorry about that. And then I closed it because when I tried closing it, you know, my strap wouldn't go through to the holder, and I realized I did it too short from where I placed it. So that's why I made the correction there. So, okay, so now what we want to do, we're gonna measure from the top here. So the top part of the flap, you know, the very top. Here you're gonna measure, mark, and punch a hole out a 1/2 inch from the seam and centered. So I'm just gonna fold this in half just to get my center point. And then I'm going to take my ruler, measure down a 1/2 inch, and I'm gonna put a mark there. And I'll use my chalk pencil so that I can actually see it. Okay. That's where I'm going to bring in the middle end of the cam snap. So, and hopefully this will come in through. So I'm going to punch from the inside to the out first, just to get my hole. So hopefully this will go through my fabric. If not, I'll just have to use my hole punch to make a hole. It feels like it's going to go through. It's trying here. Okay. Let me bring it back through this side and see if it will come through. If not, like I said, I'll use a small part of, and it did, it came through. Okay, so, and maybe I should use a brown one. I selected a black one for this, but I think the black is going to be nice as well. I'll leave it as black. Okay, so now what I want to do is put this in here and use my press to secure this. I used to have a lot of difficulty and confusion with using these cam snaps. I just couldn't get it right. It just didn't make sense to me. Okay, so I have my snap in. Okay, and so for the bottom portion, for the female, what we're gonna do is measure in. So on the front of the bag, measure down 1 3/4 inch centered and make a mark also. So I just put my flap down so I can kind of see where it really should go. And then I'm going to measure in still. Okay. Centering it. So, and that's going to be 1 3/4 inch. Okay, that's a half, that's the 3/4. And let me put a little mark here. And then before I punch anything, I just want to bring this back down just to make sure that the placement is going to be okay. All right, so let's see if I can get this one through the fabric. And we'll do what I did before too. I started out puncturing from the front before I went in through the back. And I can see in here where it was trying to come through. Okay. All right. And then I will put my female in here and do the same thing that I did before with trying to secure it to close it. Oops. Okay, let's make sure I got enough of the stem out. Bringing this in. And I will not use this material again for, it has not given me nothing but troubles. This vinyl is beautiful, but it is so hard, like it's stiff. It's so stiff. And so, you know, it doesn't really like to bend much. I've just had nothing but problems with using it on this project. Let's see if I can get this in here. So I can close this snap and hopefully, nope. Okay, I'm there. Am I on? I seem to be on that. Ouch. Okay. It's on and it's secured. I don't like it but it's in there. Okay, so we're just gonna test and see if I can close this, and hopefully I can. Okay. So here we are. We have our cam snap in. We have secured that. Let's go ahead, buckle this up. I'm gonna put mine on the second hole here. I want to make sure I push it through the strap loop. And there we go. We have our mini complete. Okay, so now we're gonna gather our materials. I like to put everything in order so that I'm prepared as I start to sew. So I'm just gonna go off camera for a second, get everything pretty much in order in the way that it's supposed to be so that we can start sewing. I don't have to kind of search through everything to find the pieces. But again, we have successfully completed our mini. Okay, All right, so get everything together, clean your station, and let's transition to get ready to sew the main bag. Okay, so for now, this next step, what we're going to need is our slip pockets. So we should have 2 slip pocket panels that you cut, and also your slip pocket trim. So you want to make sure that you have this ready. Okay, so what we're going to do with the slip pockets, and I've already measured and drew my lines. Now, sometimes I freeform sew my seam allowances, and then sometimes I don't. I like to draw, right? I like to draw the the line where I'm actually supposed to sew. My eyes are not that well anymore, and so I do have a tendency sometimes to sew a little bit more than what I'm supposed to. So I went ahead and marked my lines, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to end up sewing these, our slip pockets 3/8 of an inch in, okay? So we want to fold them with the right sides touching. So we're going to sew from the actual bad side, or I won't call it the bad side, but the back side of the material here, okay? And then I'm just going to use just a couple to kind of hold this in place. And you can go ahead and get ready for your second one also, because what we do with this first, you're going to do the exact same thing as well with your second one. So I'm just going to go ahead and prep that one as well. So I have already drawn my lines down where my seam allowances are. And again, I'm not sure if I told you 3/4, but I meant to say 3/8 if I said 3/4. So it is a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Okay. And then once we sew this, we're going to just snip in the corners, like just snip a little bit off for the bulk, so that way when we turn it, it's not so bulky. Okay, so once we sew these, then we'll just snip off like a triangle piece of the corners on both the tops and bottoms. So therefore, when we turn, it won't be, like I said, as bulky when you start to sew the pocket. All right, let me just get my thread straightened out here. All right, and so let's go ahead and sew both sides. And I always, with my pockets, you know, I backstitch just to make sure as well. All right, and so what I mentioned before, I'm just going to take here and making sure that I don't cut into my thread. I just cut a little triangle piece off of the corner here. I just snipped the corner. So I'm going to do that for all 4 sides here, or 4 corners, I should say. So we have that first one. You could turn it inside out, or you could go ahead and sew your second one and then do everything at the same time for the remaining. I'm just going to go ahead and turn this inside out, and then I'll let you go ahead and sew your second pocket, and then we will come back. And if you need to have something to poke out your corners, you know, get your tool. I've used like a chopstick. I've used a pen. Anything that can actually get your corners out really well. Okay, and then for the top piece, what we're gonna do, we're gonna baste the top raw edge. Okay, but you're just gonna go through, finger roll this just to get things nice and smooth. Okay, and then just top stitch the top part closed that's still open. All right, so we have our first pocket sewn here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing with the second pocket, and then we'll move on to our trim pieces. So just make sure you have your slip pocket trims handy, because we'll need this for the second piece here. So go ahead and sew your second pocket and get that ready, and then we will return. Okay, so you should have both of your slip pockets sewn and closed. Okay, so now you're gonna take your trims. So you should have 2 of your trims. You're gonna find your center and then draw a line straight down the middle for both of the trims. Okay, once you have that done, and what I do, I just like to fold it as well, just to make sure that, you know, it has a crease. So therefore, when I'm putting it onto the pocket, it kind of lines up a little bit better for me. I will not be using any of the double-sided tape for this. I'm just going to use clips. As I mentioned before, my machine and needle does not like all that tape, and so to not have to stop and clean and all that kind of stuff, I'm just not going to use it. So, but you do what's best for you and your machine. So again, I'm just creating my creases. I already have my lines drawn, but I'm just creating my crease just to help me secure it a little bit better onto the fabric. Now, if you are going to use a double-sided tape, then you'll go ahead and place your tape, centering it over the line. So you probably want to use like either a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 inch, more so maybe maybe a 1/4 inch, so that you can go over the line with both pieces, or excuse me, with a single piece. So therefore, you'll have it centered, so you'll have a little bit on top, a little bit on the bottom. So therefore, when you place this in, it will secure it nicely. Or you can use an 1/8 of an inch, you know, double-sided tape, go on top of the line, the bottom of the line, you know, whatever your preference is. So what I'm going to do, since I have my crease, I'm just going to put it over the pocket here, and then just secure it in place with some clips. And you're going to do this for both pockets, and then you're going to sew this closed against the bottom portion here, not the top, but the bottom portion, sewing it closed, okay, so that it grabs both pieces of the material. And then of course cut your excess, you know, off of your corners. So I'm just going to go ahead and get both pockets prepped. And then I will sew at one time. Okay. All right, so that's the first one, and then this is going to be the second one. And like I said, I can feel the crease, so I know it's centered properly. And then I'm just gonna go down and secure it with pins. All right, and then so all you're going to do now is go to the machine and sew your trim shut. And this is going to be the tail end. I just want to kind of keep everything lined up. This is where I will start sewing. And this, of course, will be the tail end. All right, so go ahead and sew your trims on. Okay, so now we have both of our pockets with our trims sewn on and cut off. So once you sew, you know, you just cut the excess off and make it flush with your pockets, okay? So next thing we're going to do, we are going to get ready to sew this onto our main panel linings. Okay, so we have two main linings. Okay, so we're going to take one of them. So with our lining panel right side up, so the good side facing up, we want to place the slip pocket at 1 inch down from the top edge and centered. So if you have not, I normally go ahead and mark all my centers when I'm cutting my material. So if you have not already marked your centers, go ahead and find your centers and mark them. Some people like to snip it. I just like to mark with pencils or pens. So I've already marked and found my centers from the back. So I could also see the placement on the front a little bit, but I'm just gonna make my line here with the material a little more, since we're gonna do all of this from the front. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's get our ruler and we're gonna come 1 inch down, and that's where we're going to place our slip pocket top portion piece. So I'm gonna come right here, it's centered, and that's my 1 inch mark. I like to secure when I'm using waterproof canvas. I also like to, I'm just gonna make a little line here. I also like to use stick pins because when I'm sewing my pocket on, I want to make sure that everything is secured as well. So what I'm doing now is just centering my pocket, because I just want to make sure it is centered all the way around. So I'm putting that right down the crease of where my center line is on my main panel lining. I made a little mark with chalk of where it should go. And let me just get my pin case here, because I am going to actually pin this down. And what we're going to end up doing is top stitching, or not top stitching, but we're going to stitch around the sides and the bottom at 1/8 of a seam allowance. Okay, and we're going to do this to both panels. So I'm just going to get a couple pins out, just so, like I said, I can put this, or, you know, keep it stable as I'm sewing it. Now, if you're using vinyl, you can use like some masking tape on the top pieces to attach it, you know, in place. if you're using waterproof canvas and cotton material, you know, I've used pins and it has been just fine, no issues. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. I just attached my pocket and secured it right now with just some pins. Now you can put a pin down here on the bottom if you like, but I have it pretty secured on the top. So, and then I'll be holding it as I sew. So you're gonna sew down your sides and across. So you want to start and stop with back stitching. Now I will tell you, sometimes, or more times than not, I will put a rivet in the corners here once I finish sewing, just for extra security, you know, because your hand's going to constantly go down in the pocket, tug on it, and just to make sure that it's not going to pull away from the fabric. So I just like to have that extra sense of security. So I will be placing rivets on the corners here. So go ahead and get both of your panels, you know, ready to sew. And then you'll go ahead and sew the pockets on. If you're going to add rivets for your extra security, go ahead and do that as well. And then we will meet each other back once we have both of our pockets sewn, and then we can move on to our next step. Okay, so just for the second pocket here, I have everything lined up right, and I'm just going to secure it with my pins. And be careful too when you start to sew, depending upon how you place your pins, you know, the stick part could be facing up when you sew, so it could, you know, try and puncture your skin as you're starting to sew. So just be very careful if you are using stick pins. So again, you're gonna just sew this 1/8 of an inch around the perimeter, keeping the top part open. Do not sew that closed, just sew your sides and your bottoms. Okay, all right, so I have put my rivets in the corners. It gives it a decorative look as well. And again, it's just to help secure, because going in and out of the pocket, you know, pushing and tugging, it's just going to keep the edges a little bit more secure. Okay, so the next thing you're going to do with your main panel linings here, you are going to measure, you're going to draw a 3/4 line lengthwise down from the top edge of the panel. So what I did was I have measured from the top down 3/4 of an inch. I've marked that with a line, and then I just drew straight across 3/4 of an inch, the line. Okay, and you should be able to see that I did it with chalk. So I've done that to both of the panels. Okay, so when you have that done, then go ahead and place that aside, and then you're going to pull out your pattern piece for your flap construction. Okay, so we're going to pull our flap lining piece. Now on the lining piece, you'll notice that there are some cutouts here. I went ahead and just cut the V portion, because where the V line meets, you'll just draw a straight line across to the end of the fabric. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw and cut on the wrong side of the fabric. So go ahead and place your pattern back over to your material. Okay, and then what you'll want to do, I'm going to trace, like I said, I've cut out the V. I'm going to trace my V. Where my V point is, I know that is where I need to draw my line directly across from, or to the edge. Now, you can cut the line as well fold one piece back and then trace that, you know, if you need to. But like I said, I'm just going to use my ruler, make sure that my line is straight. And then where the point is from my box, I'm just going to draw my line straight across. Okay, and then, so here's what I have so far. So I have my triangles, and then I have drawn my line straight across. Now what I need to do as well, my outside lines, I need to make sure that I draw those straight across as well. Okay, and again, you can use your pattern piece to kind of, if you want to be able to say, okay, this is where I need to place my lines. If you're using your ruler, you could just move your pattern back just a little bit. Okay, just so you can see your edge just a little bit. Making sure everything is lined up. Then take your ruler and place it where the line is there. And you can put a marking there and then a marking here. So therefore, you know, when I come down from my drawn line from my triangle, so I can just make a line, doesn't matter how long you go, then I can take the markings that I put on the side. They're going to match up with the corners of your triangle, and then you can just draw a line straight across. Okay, so now you have your complete box marked with your lining, your lines. Okay, so you want to make sure that you do this on both sides. So again, what I did was I took my pattern, I kind of, first I placed it where my V is, right, where I've cut it out. I'm just going to pull it back just a little bit, making sure that I still keep my pattern in place so I'm not skewing my lines. And I'm just going to take my ruler, and where you have your dotted lines on the pattern piece, I'm just going to mark on the material because I pulled back just a little bit. And the same here. So therefore, I will take the line of my triangle and I'm just going to draw another line. Okay, just straight down, but it's touching the line, the end line of my triangle. And now I can just make my lines here straight, meet up. And I want to make sure that I'm meeting it up with the triangle, the end of the triangle. Okay, and doing the same on this side, top and the bottom. So my tops and bottoms have met with the lines, and now I have my box. So if you look at the pattern, you'll see on the picture on the pattern, you should have your boxes looking the exact same way. Okay, and then what you're going to end up doing is we're going to cut, but we're not going to cut out this whole box. Okay, so be very careful when you start to cut. All we're going to cut is this center line that we drew with the point of the triangle, and then a part of the triangle lines, the two parts, not the entire box, but just the two parts, so that we'll have a little flap that we can pull back, and then we'll have the sides. Okay, so go ahead and cut that, and I'll show you mine that I do. Okay, so I'm just being very careful. Okay, so I've just cut the line, okay, and then I cut the V flap, just the 2 lines of it. I did not cut the base. So therefore, you should be able to bring that V-flap back some, okay? And then you're gonna secure that down too with double-sided tape and or some glue. Okay, so go ahead and make sure you do this on the other side, and then we will move on. Okay, so now you should have cut your V. So this is what it looks like. You have the line that you cut in, and then you have your V's that you cut. And then you just pull the material back, okay, against the wrong side, and just secure it with a little bit of double-sided tape or glue. Okay, so then laying it down, you should be able to see the outline of your V with your cut line. Okay, and that should be on both sides. All right, so after you've done that, make sure you have your markings for your tops and bottom portions of the back side of your lining. So again, just make sure you get in the habit of marking your centers at all times. And I just went ahead and drew a line straight down for my center. Okay, so then what you're going to do, we are going to measure down from the bottom, okay? Oops, sorry, before I do that, we want to sew this flap shut, okay? So we're gonna sew 1/8 of a seam allowance, or 1/8 inch, I should say, above your V and below your V. You want to just sew that so that you can close this shut, okay? So let's go ahead and do that top stitch really quick on both sides, just to make sure that this is secure. And then you can pull your strings back through, or you can back stitch, okay? I'm just gonna back stitch. This will be for me, so I don't mind if I see a little bit of the thread. And again, you just want to make sure that you're getting that, hitting the back portion so that you're closing it, right? Or I won't say closing it, but sewing it down to where that flat piece is secure. And it's pretty hard to see. I'm using brown thread with this brown, but I went a little bit longer on one side with sewing my line, but the back is secured. So that's what we need to make sure. All right, so make sure you do it for your other side. And a lot of times too, like I said before, that's why I like to draw lines of what I'm supposed to sew, because my eyes, I think I'm gauging it, and sometimes I'm not, just by looking. So all right. All right, so now that we have this sewn, what we want to do is on the back side, so the wrong side up, from the bottom, okay, we want to measure up or measure down 1 1/4 inch centered. And we're going to make a mark, and this is where we're going to place our snap washer. So 1 1/4 inch down, and make your mark. And then I'm just going to go across it just a little bit. Okay, so here is my marking. Okay, and so my marking is here. And that's where I'm going to place my snap washer. And the one that we're going to end up putting there that's probably going to be the female. Oh no, she has us, we're going to install the male portion on this side. Okay, so I have my male portion of my snap, and the male portion of course has the prong that's sticking up. Okay, I have my washer, and when I use these, I use a piece of interfacing behind. So this is the hard interfacing. So I put that behind it because when you're opening and closing flaps, you just want to make sure that, you know, everything is stable. So I've already marked my interfacing too with the marks from the washer, so I'll know where to cut my slits. So I'm just using my seam ripper just to cut open my slits. And be careful not to cut yourself with this. Okay, so now I'm going to take my washer. I'm going to put the circle where my line, my center line meets. And I'm going to draw my sides in, my side lines in, so I'll know where I need to cut and place my washer. And my male strip here. Okay, so I have where my slits need to go. Okay, and I'm not cutting too much. I just need to have enough for the prong to go through. Okay, I'm gonna put my male, slip it in from the front so that the prongs come up through the back of where I cut. Okay. Now, before I close this, I'm going to place my interfacing there. Then I'm going to put my washer on top and then secure it. Now, some people like to fold them out. I fold them in. And I just use scissors to help me fold these in. And secure it down. Then I take a piece of masking tape and then I go over the back piece here, and that's just for extra layer of security so that the prongs, you know, don't come through the material and tear or anything like that. You don't have to do it, but I do it. Okay. And you know, you can get this masking tape over at the Dollar Tree for $1.25. You can even find double-sided tape sometimes over there too, but you know, it's not as sticky to me. So just be careful sometimes what you do purchase, but buying masking tape or anything like that, that's fine. So this is the back. Okay. All right, so what we just did, we want to make sure that we do this onto the exterior flap as well. Okay, so on our main bag panel, we have the same thing. Okay, so we have the V portion that we need to cut out and draw the lines. And then on here, we're going to put, we're just gonna line this up with our lining. So, but go ahead and make your V cutouts on your pattern or however you want to do it. But you'll need to line this up, wrong side up. Okay, and make sure that you get your V in the right spots on your patterns. Fold it back, sew that little piece, you know, because you want to make sure that it's adhered. And then we'll stop right there and then move on to the next piece, okay? Okay, so after making your markings on the back side of your main flap, right, and that's the one with the little curve on the bottom, but with the squared bottom or top. So after you've done that and cut out your little V, and then you put some double-sided tape or glue, and then you made sure that you sewed that down to secure it, right, on both ends. All right, now what we're going to do is go back to our flat panel lining. Okay, we're gonna draw a line down from your center 3/8 of an inch down. Okay, so do it on the end, the centerpiece, and the other end, and then just draw you a straight line across. Okay, then after you do that, line this up just to make sure that everything is lined appropriately. Okay, so your cutout boxes to your cutout panel, so your lining to your panel should match with the boxes that are cut out. Okay, then if you have any excess on the bottom, like at the end or around here, go ahead and clean that up. Make sure that everything lines up. Okay, after you make sure everything is cleaned, I'm gonna go ahead and mark 3/8 of an inch all the way around. So I'm gonna draw lines all the way around my panel, 3/8 of an inch, so I know where I need to sew. Okay, now again, if you're good with, you know, visually sewing, you know, your quarters, your 3/8, all that kind of stuff, and you don't sew more than what you need to, fine, you don't need to do your markings. I like to do my markings because again, my eyesight's just not that great. Okay, so I like to make sure that I have a template when I'm sewing. So I'm just gonna go ahead again and just do 3/8 of an inch all the way around, just so I know where I'm sewing. Okay, okay, so after you have drawn your box, or your stitch lines, I should say, so made your box look, I'm going to go ahead and pin this together. Now, one thing when we pin this, we're pinning right sides together and making sure that our cut stitched boxes are aligned. Okay. There. Now, and also when we start to sew, the top line that we drew straight across at the beginning with the 3/8 of an inch mark, that is going to be our start line for sewing. We will not actually sew straight across because we have to turn this out. Okay, so just remember that when you're sewing, you're going to start in the corner, go down, come up and sew here. Now the line that we already sewed for the pulling this little flat excuse me, pulling this little flat back, we're not going to re-sew here. So we'll sew coming down here, we'll sew again starting on this line, then going all the way around until we get back over to this area. We'll sew up until the triangle and then sew again, okay, up until this line. But we are not going to sew straight across because we need to turn this out. So your right sides should be touching. Okay, so I'm just putting a couple on, and then we will get started with sewing this. And then 2, once we finish sewing, we want to make a 45-degree angle cut right in the center boxes, like your corner boxes here. You want to cut that up in there, not your stitches, right? But just cut up enough so that we be able to turn this out, and it will not be bulky. So this is how my pattern looks. Again, I'm going to start at this corner, okay, and start to stitch down and up here, switch over, come down here, go all the way around until I get to this side, come up here, stop. I'm not going to restitch across here, but then I'm going to go down and back and stop at this line. I will not go across the top to stitch. So go ahead and make your stitches, and then we'll go to the next step. Okay, so I have sewn my piece together. Again, I started right up underneath the line and I went down and around. After I sewed everything, I did go ahead and also cut my little corners here at the 45-degree angle so that I can turn this out pretty well. Another thing to do before we actually turn this out, we can cut some of the excess here, like we're going to trim the corners. So let's go ahead where these corners are, and let's just snip across the top, or excuse me, going across. Make sure that you do not cut your stitches. So right on the bottom, I just snipped across, straight across, okay? So wherever there is a corner. So I'm gonna do the same thing at this corner. I'm just gonna go across without cutting where I've sewn. When it comes down to the boxes here, we're going to cut across, making sure that we do not cut where we sewed, okay? The same on that side, and then doing the same thing. So I'm just cutting here. Okay, and then coming over to this side, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, this corner. When you use the same color thread that's just about the same color of your your lining, it kind of makes it very difficult to see. And let's see here. Okay, and then gonna cut the insides of where the V was just a little bit, okay? Maybe halfway. Okay. Okay. Now what we're going to do is turn this out, inside out, okay? And then once we get all of our little corners boxed out, then we want to top stitch, okay? So I'm just trying to see the best way to start turning this out. Okay. And then of course, once you turn out, if you notice that something is not sewn properly, then go ahead and re-sew it before you move on. Okay. You want to make sure you get your corners all boxed out too. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and work on getting everything turned out and boxed corners, and then I will be back. So go ahead and work on yours, get it smoothed out. Of course, if you're using cotton type material, you can probably sew it, iron it to smooth yours out. But you know, of course, because we're using vinyl and waterproof canvas, we don't have that ability. So do the best that you can, but turn it out, you know, take your time turning everything out so that it's boxed, and then we'll come back and we'll top stitch everything. Okay. Okay, so I have gone and top stitched everything here. Okay, it did say on the pattern too that if it was like on the end here, if it was a little bulky and if it wasn't laying flat, to go ahead and snip it, but mine is laying pretty flat, so I won't be snipping anything. Okay, but then what you want to do is take your interfacing that you have for the bag, and you want to just slip that in. Normally I heat press mine because this is adhesive on the back. I think what I may do is just get some, well, it probably won't even stick. I know the double-sided tape really won't stick that well to this either. I'm just gonna slip it in and you know, hope that it just don't move. So let's get this slipped into place, and maybe it won't move because of the grooves that are in here as well. Okay. Let's get both. It's like a puzzle piece fitting it in. Okay. Oh, my tape was trying to come up from the back of the thing. Okay. So I've just slipped this down and in. Okay. So at this point, I'm just going to set this aside. And now I'm going to get my gusset and my, what do you call these? The pipings. So what you're going to do is mark the centers of your piping along the long edges here. So I'm just going to fold in half and mark my centers on both. Okay, and I think I'm going to use my chalk. Okay, that's one, and the other. Just the inner. Okay. All right, and then so for the gussets, we could just set those aside. And now for the gusset, it says on the wrong side of the gusset panel, we're going to draw a line 3/4 inches down from both short edges. Okay, so these are the short edges. Okay, so this is the gusset, the long way, and then these are going to be your short edges, both sides. Let's go and measure in 3/4 inches, and then let's just draw a line straight down. Okay. And we're going to do both sides. pattern also, you know, there are 2 slits that you want to make sure you take your seam ripper and cut through, because you're going to need to transfer those markings also onto your gusset. Okay, so we've done that. And then it says find and mark the centers also on both the long sides, the long edges of the gusset panel. So I'm just folding it in half so I can mark my centers. Oh, and I already did before. Okay. And then what I want to also do is transfer the markings also from the pattern. You know, there are 2 markings. So I want to also transfer those to both ends of the gusset. Okay, and let me just flip this over. Okay, so here I have my 3/4 quarter line, and then I've transferred my 2 markings from the pattern. Okay, same thing on the other end as well. Okay. Okay, so you know that we found the centers of the piping, right? The gussets, we've marked our centers on the gusset. So I'm also going to fold it this way too, just to kind of make a ridge. Well, I'll fold it this way, just to kind of make a ridge on the outside of the gusset, like the good side, your right side up. I don't really want to mark on it. You could, because it, you know, the piping will cover it a little bit, but I just don't want to mark on it. So I have my centers marked on my wrong side of the fabric, but when we're placing the piping is going to actually go on the right side of the fabric. So what you want to do is take your piping, where your center is on your fabric is where you're going to place the center of your piping. So the ridge, the actual bulk of the piping piece, that's going to be on the inside. The flat piece, this piece, the tail end, or I won't say the tail end, the end portion that does not have any of the piping tool in it, that is what you're going to place at the edge of your fabric. So again, you'll see the bulk of the piping. So whatever you used to make your hard rolled pipe, that is going to be on the inside. Okay, the flat on the outside. So you want to match it up, line it up, your centers to centers. Okay. So, you know, of course, one side will more than likely reach the end and one other side may not. May or may not, just depending upon how you measured, okay? So go ahead and make that flush, and we're going to use our pins, our clips, and clip it into place. You're gonna do this for both sides of the gusset, okay? All right, and just to show you what you will also do, once you get one side on, and then we'll break so that you can do the other side, and then we'll come back. Okay, so once you got this lined up, okay, I'm gonna take this end where my piping does not go all the way down, okay? And it says here, what you're going to do is take your ruler, and so it says from one short edge of the gusset, measure 3/4 inches in and make a mark on the piping panel within the seam allowance. So take your ruler. Like I said, I'm going to use this portion here. I'm going to measure in 3/4 inches in from the top. Okay. All right, and then what I'm going to end up doing is folding. I'm just gonna put a mark with my nail here, and all I'm gonna do at this point is make my little 90-degree turn, because we want this to veer off. Okay, so it's about here. This is where my piping is going to end. So I want to clip this into place because I'm going to end up cutting part of this off. So therefore, when we sew, it, you know, it comes up and veers off. And I'm quite sure many of you have done piping before on some of your other purses. And you know, we always tend to let it veer off, cut it off at the top. Okay, so I have mine placed where I will do my snippet. So at this point, go ahead and get your other side set up, and then we'll move on to our next step. Okay, so your gusset panel should look something like this with your piping along the side of it, and then veering off at the top where you want your piping to veer off at. So now what we're going to do is sew this. We're just going to baste it to get the piping on each side, and then we'll cut off the excess piping at the top that hangs over your 90-degree angle. Okay, and then once we do this, then we're going to move on to the main panel, making some markings and then attaching this gusset, and then we'll start putting this purse together. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and sew this piping, and I've kind of marked on my piping where it needs to veer off, so I'll just start with the beam there. If it wants to cooperate here. I'm just making sure, because my presser foot keeps sliding off of my piping, So I just want to make sure that everything stays on and sews. And I'm just having to help feed it through some because my dog feeds are getting, I think, a little upset with this piping. And it doesn't want to move it too much on its own. I'm just making sure that it is on. Up top, I just need to go back over a little bit where we were doing the veer off. It did not catch the right way. So I'm just going to go back over that. So go ahead and sew yours on the other side. Make sure you cut off your top piece, and then we'll be back. Okay, so now we have both sides of our gusset has the piping on. Okay, so now what we're going to do is take our main panel, so the main front panel, okay, and then what you're going to do is on the back of it, I just drew a center line down the center, but you're also going to measure 3/4 inches from the top, okay, from the center, and then your ends. And then draw a line straight across, okay? So you want to go ahead and do that. Also, on your main panel, there are 2 slits as well. You want to make sure that you make your markings for those. So transfer your markings to the back of your main panel, along with, again, finding your centers, top and bottom, and then drawing a line straight across 3/4 of an inch. Okay. And then what we're going to do next is start attaching the gusset to the main panel here. So I'm just drawing the lines from the slits. So I use my seam ripper to cut my slits, and then I transferred it onto the pattern, okay? Pattern piece here, okay? And now, so what we're going to do is, I'm going to turn the pattern right side up. My gusset is going to be right side down. I'm going to find my centers first, matching my gusset to my front panel, and then I'm going to attach it with clips. Okay, so it's going to be right sides touching. So I'm just going to go ahead and clip around the bottom section, because then I'm going to line the top corners and then finish clipping around. Now, when you come to the curved portion when you're clipping, you can cut little slits, like tiny slits in the fabric, just to get it to bend so that you can, you know, make sure that it goes around. So since I have the bottom pretty much attached, I'm just going to swing around, and I want to attach my sides. Okay, make sure that they are even with the top portions here. I'm going to do the same thing to the other one. Going to attach the sides and the top here. Okay, now I'm going to start by clipping the rest of this in, okay? So again, if you need to clip, You can snip. I wouldn't snip the gusset if you don't have enough from your piping. Now, if you have enough with the piping that was there, enough hang or give, then you can just do some little snippets in that corner piece, just so that it can lay when it's time to attach to the curb. If not, you can snip your front panel just a little bit so that you can curve it so it can attach. Okay. So go ahead and get the rest of your front panel attached to your gusset, and then we'll be back. Okay, so after you have your front main panel attached to your gusset, now you want to sew this. Okay, so once you go to your machine, and I will sew it with my front panel facing up to me, the actual fabric facing up, so that I can manipulate these edges really well as I'm going around on my sewing machine. Okay, so go ahead and sew this, and then we'll be ready to move on to our next step. And I think the next step, we might be attaching the back panel. So let's see about that. Okay, so after you have sewn your front panel on, you can go ahead and cut down your seam allowance down to 1/4 inch. However, the top part above the line that you drew, you want to keep that at the 3/8. Okay, so cut everything else down, if you can, down to 1/4 inch for your seam allowance around the edges, but keep that top piece still at 3/8 of an inch, so don't cut that. All right, so now what we're going to do is attach the back flap panel to this piece. Now, what you will do when attaching this, first on the back panel flap, where you, or excuse me, your gusset, where you have your line marked, go ahead and bring that piece of material down, fold it down to the line, and just clip it in place. Okay, that's just going to be for the gusset side. Do that on both sides of the gusset. Okay, so now take your back flap panel. Okay, so I've only done my gusset sides that I folded down. Okay, so now I'm going to take my back flap panel. And remember, I didn't have to cut my material because it laid down. Some kind of way it just automatically laid down. In the pattern, you'll notice where she states you can cut the material here just so that, cut a line in it just so that it can lay flat. But miraculously, mine laid flat, so I didn't have to cut it. But what I'm going to do now is attach the bottoms, and you would have marked your centers still, right? So your centers are marked on your back flat panel as well. So for the rounded bottom portion, you want to attach that to your gusset. Okay, make sure that the centers meet. I like to at least attach the bottom until I get towards the curve on the bottom portion. Then I'm going to move up to the side, and then I'll come back and finish, or excuse me, I'll move up to the top, but then I'll come back and finish the side portion, right? So what I want to do is match the tops. Now, where you folded down your side gusset to that line, that's where your piping stopped, right? Where we let it roll off and you cut it off. Okay, you're gonna match that piece of the gusset to where your material is, like where your lining basically ends. That's where you're matching this part of the gusset that you folded down to the back flap panel. So let me show you. Okay, so we have the folded piece of the gusset. I am matching that to where my material stops from my lining. Okay, now you can go ahead and finish attaching your back panel to the gusset. And two, if you need to clip in your edges, of course, go ahead and clip those in. You know, don't snip more than 1/4, right? I haven't clipped mine. I seem to be able to attach and sew around. Sometimes I do have to clip my rounded edges, but for some reason today I didn't have to. Okay, so I just want to put more clips around here just to secure this a little bit better. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Oops. You have your side gusset that has been folded over to meet the line. You can see my material from my back flap. Okay, so it meets there. So you'll go ahead and do this side of the gusset, then you're gonna sew it the same way. Okay, so once we attach all of that, let me get what the seam allowance is just to make sure it is the exact same. And we will at least have the frame of the bag put together. Oh, I don't know how my how mine went down so far here. Okay, so we still are going to sew 3/8 of a seam allowance. Okay. All right, so then once we sew that, then make sure that you turn your bag inside out, check and make sure all your seams that you've sewn is accurate. You like it. If not, turn it back inside out, sew some more around it just to get it to how you want it. And then you can cut that side down also to 1/4 inch, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and finish getting my other side of my bag piece here folded down and then attached to the side gusset. And then I will be ready to sew. Okay. And the hardest piece is just getting the outer, you know, shell put together, right? Making sure that the gusset and all the front and back panels line up so that everything looks like it's supposed to look. So before you know, go on to any other step, you have the ability to turn the purse inside out, check all your seams. Make sure that everything is truly intact. And then if not, you know, you still have time to make some adjustments. So, so far it's looking good. But I want to go ahead and finish sewing this piece up, and then we can move on to the next step. Okay. Okay, so after you have sewed your back panel on, we have, you know, our bag here. So now we want to go ahead and turn this inside out. You know, be careful too when turning your bags inside out. You don't want to bust any of your seams if you're too heavy-handed or anything like that. But you want to turn it inside out. Make sure we check all the seams, roll everything to make sure that the edges and everything are aligned and smooth, especially with all the piping. So far, things are looking good. Okay, so here is the bag so far sewn. So I always like to just try and shape it just to see, okay, what is it really gonna look like once we finish sewing everything together? Is everything really aligned properly? Okay, so far all the seams and everything looks good. I think we are ready to proceed to the next step. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to fold down the raw edges. So we have marked in here, you know, the line. So we're going to roll down the raw edges just to those lines. Now, you could place double-sided tape here, or you could just roll down and pin. That's what I'm going to do because, again, I'm trying not to use too much double-sided tape at all. So go ahead at this time and roll down, you know, the gusset and the front portion of the bag. Okay. And once we do this piece, then you're going to go ahead and set the bag aside because we're going to then work on the actual lining. Okay, so again, just go ahead and fold this down. No matter if you use double-sided tape or not, fold it down, secure it with your pins, your clips, what have you, and then we will come back and work on the lining. Okay, so for the lining, what you're going to do, you should have, if you have not already done so, mark 3/4 of an inch down from the top, okay, and your sides here on top of your lining, and you know you'll draw your line across, right? So that should be 3/4 of an inch down. You can go ahead, if you need to, mark where you're going to sew around the edges. So on the sides and the bottom, that is a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Okay, so once you have those marked, you are going to put these two pieces together. and then you will sew it just on your lines where you actually have marked to sew. Okay. Once you sew this and check it and make sure that, you know, everything is sewn to your liking, then you're going to open your seams and sew those on each side. So basically your seam allowance will not just be, you know, I won't say open, but once you sew it, you'll have the two pieces. So that will get tacked down as well. Okay. So you can go ahead and line this up and then sew across both sides and the bottom. Okay, so once you have sewn your sides down, and my sides with my seam allowance, they're just not as wide enough for me to sew down, but yours are probably wider. I don't know why, but my 3/8 of an inch is really not that much, according to my ruler. But anyways, okay, so you want to box your corners, right? And then you're going to sew those down 3/8 of an inch. Once you sew your corners, then you can cut them down to 1/4 of an inch. Okay, so go ahead and get those sewn. Okay, so check the inside of your lining. Make sure that everything is sewn and it looks good. Okay, so my lining looks good to me. Okay, so then what you're going to do, I'm just going to sit mine inside the bag. That will help me with trying to align the back end to sew the lining to lining. Okay, so what I'm going to do with mine is I'm going to find my center portions of from the lining, the inside lining here to the one I just sewn, right? And I'm going to line those up together. Actually, I'm going to, how do I want to do this? Because I want to be able to sew this where my maybe I should turn it kind of inside out, the flap, so when I sew it, I can do a seam on the outside, the underneath on the wrong side of the fabric, right? So I won't sew it with it being in the bag. I just want to place it and see how it looks. But when I match this up, I want to be able to sew, and maybe I can try and do, let me do right side to right side, then I can turn it out and see if that will work. Because I want to make sure that my seams, when sewn, are hidden. So I think that's going to work for me. Because then once I can lay it back in and the back will be hidden. Okay. So again, the way that I'm going to sew my lining, or to sew the lining to the back of the flat panel lining, I turned my lining the right way, okay? So the right side is out against the right side of the flap lining. I'm going to attach it that way to sew. So therefore, when I turn it around and push it down into the bag, my seam will be hidden from the back. Okay? So with the instructions, it does say to line the center of the back of the lining, right sides touching, which, okay, I guess if I would have really read it, I'd know that that's the way that we were supposed to do it anyways. So let's go ahead and get the right sides touching and pinned up. And then you're going to sew that with a 3/8 inch of a seam allowance. And then you can push the seam down, of course, right? And then you could do a top stitch. Now I think because mine is sewn to the edge, I think what I might do is detach just a little bit so that I can get the seam how I want it to be flushed. Okay. Because I don't want to sew into the outside of this, because then that would hit the outside of my panel. I don't want the outside panel sewn unless that's how it's supposed to be. Let me go back through the pattern and see if it's truly going to be sewn against the back side going through the outside of the panel. So it would be like a top stitch on the outside of the panel. Let me just check this out first and I'll be back, because I don't want to steer you wrong. Okay, so I figured it out. We're not going to sew through the back panel. So remember when we sewed just up to the line, I didn't give myself enough give. So I just went back through, I turned it back inside out and undid a little bit of the lining on the front flap so that I'll have a little bit more give to attach to the inside lining. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, with your purse turned right side out, okay, so that your inside lining is facing you, you should have your center marked, right? You're going to take your inside lining, you're going to match the right side, so the inside portion of your lining, to the inside portion of this top flap. Okay, so go ahead and attach that all the way across. We're going to make sure we use our clips to clip it down. And then we're going to end up sewing this. So we are going to sew this at, let's see here. Let me just scroll down on the pattern a little bit more. Okay, so we're going to sew with a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, getting as close as possible, it says, away from the edge. And then we're going to put the top stitch at 1/8. And so you're gonna have to manipulate this on your machine where you're turning your bag and your flap down and away while you're sewing. Okay, so make sure this flap is not in the back here when you're sewing, depending upon how you're going to sew. If you're going to sew from the front or the back of the lining, that's either attached to the flap or to your inside lining bag, right? So for me, I'm just trying to gauge which way is going to be the easiest for me. Okay, I think I'm going to lay mine like this. And let me just put a little bit of the interfacing. I'm going to push that down some. The one that we just kind of slid in, I just want to push it down. So everything is out of my way when I go to sew. And so I'm making sure when I sew that that flap is nowhere near, okay? So you should have enough room to be able to sew this without the flap being in the way. So just push it down as far as you can so that you only have these two pieces underneath your needle. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and sew that 3/8 of an inch. Trying to make sure I just keep everything out of the way. So make sure you back stitch as well, you know, while you're sewing this. Okay. So we've sewn that. So what I'm going to do, because now we need to make sure that we top stitch this down as well, and also not top stitching with the bag, right? The back of your purse. So we have that attached. Okay, so this is attached. So all I'm gonna do is flip this over like this. Make sure the bottom portion of my purse is out of the way when I put this back under the machine. And then I'm just gonna top stitch to stitch this down, okay? So just take it slow, be very careful when doing this. Because again, you do not want to stitch through to the back of the bag. And depending upon your machine that you're working with, might be easier if you have an industrial machine. I have a heavy duty domestic machine. So, and before I do that, let me just make sure my interfacing is right. It's pushed down in here too, because I don't want any bulking in the back of my bag with the flap. like to be nosy. Let me just see something first. I just want to see how it's appearing before. Okay. Okay. All right, so it's looking good. Just sitting it in here so that I can see what it looks like before I sew this top flap down. It is actually looking good. So this is what it looks like prior to us sewing this top piece, okay? All right, so let me take this back out and sew down, top stitch rather, my lining here. Let's see, do I want to do it like this? Maybe that's more control. Oops. More control if I have it facing me. Let me just get my threads worked out. I'm all discombobulated today. I've already broken the needle. Just resewing a piece of the bag, and here my threads are getting all intertwined some kind of way. Give me 1 second. Let me get this corrected, and then we'll be ready to top stitch. Okay, so I got my needles all straightened out with my thread, and I've got the purse where I'm ready to top stitch. So go ahead and top stitch. Making sure, you know, you always backspace as well. Take your time going across. All right, so what I'm going to do, okay, so the top stitch looks really good. I'm just gonna push this down in the purse just so I can get a better look at it. Okay, great. So the top stitching is done. That is complete. Okay, I just want to see, make sure everything fits nice and snug. Okay, and it does. And then when we come around here, everything will fit nicely. Okay. All right, so one thing I did also, I went ahead to, off camera, I put my bag tag on. So if you have not already done so on your fabric, go ahead and put your bag tag. You can put it wherever you want. I like to have mine displayed in the front as much as possible. So I just put it down towards the bottom. I think I brought it up almost like an inch towards the bottom, because I know we're gonna have a flap that comes across, you know, the top here, and then the belt's gonna come over. So I just didn't want it to interfere with anything. So I put my my bag tag, my purse label, my company at the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna set that aside just for now, and we're gonna get ready to work on our straps and what is it, the belt. Okay, so go ahead and grab your belt panel, and I know I cut material also for the split belts, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do split belting. I think I'm just going to just work with the regular. So I'm just going to put those pieces aside. And one other thing too, let me just see if we have put in the, because I don't see where we're to add the interfacing yet for the rest of the bag. So maybe that'll be a little bit further down. All right. So with making the belt panel, okay, so we're gonna draw a line a half inch away from each of the long and short edges. So basically making kind of like a box of what we've done before. So go ahead and get your ruler, and from your belt panel, you're gonna make some lines, because you're gonna draw basically kind of a long square rectangle. So come in a half inch, you know, with your lines all the way around. Okay, and I'll show you what I'm actually doing in just a second here. Let me just get a couple put here. So I'll put one here, go up over here, and put a half inch there. Okay, so what I do is I just go around and I mark, you know, different places, and then I start to draw. So I have my yardstick is across the room, so I'm using my 12-inch ruler. So I'm just gonna mark a couple places and then start to, you know, draw the lines, and that way I can keep attaching as I go. So at this time, go ahead, mark your entire belt panel with a half inch all the way around, and then we'll be back. Okay, so your belt panel should be marked all the way around so that you have, you know, your box in the center, right? And so what you're going to do, you can use your double-sided tape, your pins, like your clips, and or glue, but you're going to pull up to meet the line. So you're gonna fold the long edge to meet the drawn line, okay? So again, with me and this double-sided tape and my needle, like I said, it doesn't work well all the time. So I'm just gonna go ahead and use some clips here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and clip around. Now, when you get to the end, you know, your edge, when you want to bring it up and bring the corner in, make sure you clip that corner where it's going to be sticking up like a V, so that it's flushed, okay? So go ahead, get your belt panel ready, because this is how it's going to get sewn. So once we fold it up this way, we will then fold it in half another time, and then we'll sew it, okay? So go ahead and complete this piece. Okay, so after you have clipped or use your double-sided tape to tape your belt panel, then you should have folded it again to where it makes one strip, right? So now what we're going to do is sew all the way around the entire belt panel here. So just go ahead and sew the entire panel all the way around. Okay, so once you have everything done, you know, just make sure that all the sides are really stitched to your liking, and then turn it over to the wrong side. So pick and choose which is going to be your front side, and which is going to be your back side. Okay, and then on the back side, we're going to make a mark at 1.5 inches from the short end. So we're going to take from this end, we're going to measure up 1.5 inches in the center, okay? And then that's where we're going to make a mark, because we're going to end up punching a hole here so that we could put the, let me move it over just a bit so I can make sure it's in the center, because this is where we're going to use our belt buckle to put our new buckle on. So go ahead and get your buckle, get your hole punch, mark your material at 1.5 inches in the center, and then make your hole. Okay, so then what we're going to do is feed this through your buckle. Okay, so I'm gonna feed it down because we're gonna want to wrap this around the back portion of, oops, I think mine might be backwards. Nope. Yeah, that kind of looks backwards, the buckle. Yeah, let me turn my belt around, my buckle around rather. Okay, so I'm gonna feed it in this way because I want my strap to come over, okay? So when you've put it through, this should be over like we did before, okay? All right, so then we're gonna stitch a line that's as close to the bar as possible. I'm going to just make mine a little at the 3/4 pound, pull the bar. Okay, so then all we're going to do is just stitch across, but making it as close to the bar as possible. So you could do 1 or 2 stitches. And you're going to stitch this in between your 2 rows of stitches you've already done with stitching your edges, okay? Just make sure you don't touch the bar because you will break your needle. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do just a second one right close to it. All right. All right, so, and then if you want to, you know, for decoration as well, you could put a rivet in, and I think I may do that also. And let me cut my little strings down, and of course you can use your lighter just to make sure that you're melting your threads down. Okay, but I am going to place just a little small rivet here just for decoration. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get my rivet placed. And if you're not gonna place a rivet, the next step that we will do is, remember we had slits that were marked inside of your actual purse, right? So where those slits are, you wanna go ahead and get your X-Acto knife or your seam ripper. So just pull your lining up so that you can see your slits. So there should be 6 slits, 2 on the outer gussets, right? And then 1 each on each side of the front portion of the bag. So within you would have marked this from the pattern. So you have 1 here, 1 there, and 2 slits each on the side gusset. So go ahead and get those slits cut. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a rivet on my belt buckle, and then I will meet you back here in just a second. Okay, so I've placed my rivet into my belt loop here, and I went ahead and cut my slits. One correction that I want to make is you should have a back slit on both sides of the back panel as well. I know earlier I said that there were a total of 6, there are 8, okay? So 2 slits across the front, 2 slits across the back, 2 on each panel of the gussets, okay? So once you've cut your slits, now you're gonna feed your strap in through the first front strip, okay? And then it depends on how do you want your belt to face. So either you'll start on your right side with feeding your belt in this way, or you'll start on your left side feeding your belt in that way. So I'm just gonna look at my mini. Okay, my mini, my belt face is facing to the right, or excuse me, to the left. If I hold it this way, this is what I'm calling my belt face. That's facing to my left. So I want to be consistent with that. So I'm going to feed coming in the front right, going through the sides on the front right, going to the back right, that way, instead of coming in this way, okay? I just want to be consistent with how they're both displayed. So, and if your slit is a little small, just open it up just a little bit more, not much, because you want this to kind of be a little snug too, right? So it should not be more than 3/4 of an inch. It should actually be just a little less of it. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it like that, and then we're just gonna keep feeding it in and out, all the way around, okay? So like a little maze pattern. So once you get around the side, the first side of your gusset, and you're going to your back, it should come out of your back right side, and you'll go in your back left side. Okay. Come back in across here. I'm just making sure, you know, it's pulled a good decent amount in and through. And then I push the fabric back in where the belt loops, or where the belt slits are. for the fabric that peaks up a little bit. Okay, and now I'm coming back in across or into my left front. Okay. And this is what we have so far. So I just want to see, you know, when this is closed up a bit more, how's everything sitting? Because what we're going to end up doing is putting holes here, right, to be able to close the loop here. So far this is what it's looking like. So really cute. Okay, so at this point, what you're going to do, so we're going to measure from the short raw edge, which is this end without the belt buckle. We're going to mark a dot at 1 1/4 inch, and that's where you're going to punch your hole at, and you're going to make another mark at 1 inch until you have a total of 5 dots. That's where you're going to go ahead and cut your holes, right? And then you're going to install your grommets again so that you can have your belt holes like we did here on the little mini. So again, measure in and make sure you center it. You're going to measure in. The first hole is going to be at 1 1/4. Okay, which is there. And then I'm going to go ahead and place my dot. And then from this dot or hole, that's where you're going to measure in 5 more or 4 more, because you want to have a total of 5 holes, but at 1 inch increments. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm just gonna stop here at, let me just pull this through. Just let me see what this is gonna look like. Because if I put another one in, it's gonna actually go when it's not. Or, well, I guess it could possibly. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I just think my 5th hole will kind of be into the groove of, it'll be into the groove of the inside where we've cut, right? That part of the belt. And I just don't want anything to rub and perhaps tear it or anything like that. So I'm just gonna have, for me, I'm gonna have a total of 4 holes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if I, you know, once I finish and see if, you know, see what it's looking like, if I think I can put that 5th one in, I will. But I'm just going to do a total of 4. But just depending upon what your bag is looking like, you know, you can perhaps put that 5th hole in there. I just don't want it, that grommet, to rub against that slit, that front left slit here on the bag, and cause issues. Okay, so let me go ahead and get my grommets in. Once I get my grommets in, you can go ahead and position in your interfacing. So I know you probably cut some of your heavier interfacing for the front and back. You can go ahead and put your back in. For your front, we're going to go ahead and put the front snap on, and then you can put your interfacing in behind that one, okay? And then also, if you cut a bottom piece of interfacing, you can go ahead and get that put down into the bag, because once we turn this in and start to sew our lining to the bag, we want to make sure everything is in, okay, and the bag is structured. So first thing first, go ahead where you've marked your holes, go ahead and punch those and put your grommets in. Then put your back panel interfacing in. Now I'm going to use some spray to spray mine in to adhere to the back of the bag. I have this spray adhesive because my panels are the ones that you actually iron in. And I don't know where my little mini iron is. And I don't want to mess up anything else with this bag by trying to use the big iron. Okay, so I'm just going to use some spray adhesive on the back of my interfacing and get that put on, because I want to make sure that it kind of stays still. Okay, so again, let's go ahead and get your grommets put on your back interfacing. You can put your bottom interfacing on. Then we will put the front interfacing on after we install our front snap. And then the only thing left to do is to make our belt holder loop and then our adjustable strap. Okay, so we're almost done. So go ahead and get that piece done for your grommets. Okay, so I have all the grommets installed on my belt. I did go ahead and put the 5th one in, because what I did was I tested by putting the belt in and pulling it, and then I noticed that the 5th hole would not be in the crevice of the cut here. My main concern was just making sure that I wouldn't rub that or make that slit a little bigger, right, by it being agitated by a piece of that belt with the grommet. So okay, so this piece is done. So what we need to do now, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and put your interfacing in on your back panel, okay, and put your bottom interfacing on. So I've done that already, and my bag feels much more stable. Okay, so what we're going to do is take our belt holder, and you should already have your center line marked, and we're going to fold both sides up to that mark. You can use your double-sided tape or just use your clips, but we're going to go ahead and sew this, and we're going to sew it all around. Okay. So we're just sewing your ends shut all around. And then after you sew this, we are going to measure a 1/4 inch in from one of the ends, punch a hole, and do the same for the other side. What I like to do to make sure that it's measured properly, I will punch a hole in one side, pull the other one up over it, and then push my hole puncher back through that hole and punch the second, just so I know that the placement will be okay. And then of course you will need to have a rivet to be able to place in there as well. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead, fold yours in, and then sew around. And let's get this holder on so we can be finished with the belt. And again, I'm not using double-sided tape. I'm just gonna hold this in place. And so I'll probably put one clip on the end just so I know that it's secured in place while I'm sewing. And the rest will just fall in line because I've already pushed it enough to where it's kind of molded it. Okay. All right. And you can pull your strings through if you like. I just went ahead and used my machine to lock the thread. Okay, so now measure in 1/4 inch in from one of the ends, centered, and that's where we're going to punch the hole. Trying to make sure I can see it. Okay, get this back on the right dial. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is fold up, make sure that the ends meet, and then I'm going to push my hole puncher back through, okay, and punch a hole in the other side. And you don't have to do it this way. You can measure yours out. I just like to do it this way for myself. Okay. So now what we're going to do so where we stitched the buckle, it states from the top stitch line, we're going to measure in 2 1/4 inches from the top stitch line. So you know you did 2 stitches. We're going to measure in, and that's where we're going to, from the center, and we're going to 2 1/4 inches, and we're going to put another hole. Okay. All right, so punch your hole in there. And so you can see my hole is here, 2 1/4 inches from the top stitch, okay? And then, so the next thing, we're gonna push a rivet through the right side to the wrong side of the belt. So get your rivet, okay, where you just punched that hole on your belt, go ahead and push the rivet through. Do not cap it, okay? And then you're gonna push, take your belt holder that you just cut, or sewed, I should say, turn it upside down so that the wrong side up is facing. Push the hole through there. Okay. And then we're gonna wrap the belt holder around to the other side until your hole meets the bottom portion of that rivet. Okay, so you're basically hiding the top part of the cap. Then go ahead and put your cap on, and then you'll want to use your rivet press and press this shut, okay? So this is what your end result will be, okay? So you can see your rivet up underneath this and your bottom piece. So you can go ahead and press that. Okay, so then after you press this, you're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add the main interfacing to the base of the bag, okay? So on our I'm sorry, not the interfacing, the lining. So on the raw edges of your lining, you know, we do have that line that we drew on the back side. So you wanna make sure that you fold the edge of your lining down to meet that line that was drawn. And then you're going to attach that, like pin it to your bag so that it matches up with the edge of your bag, because you already have these pins here. So here on the back side, you see where we originally drew that 3/4 or 3/8 inch of the line down. You're just going to fold down to that line and then attach it to the bag with your clips or your tape. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use my rivet press and get this pressed down. Then I'm going to go ahead and fold the edge of my lining and match it up with the outer portion of my bag. And then we'll be back to finish the next step. Okay, so now that you've gotten your lining folded down and it's attached just with your clips to your front side of your bag and your gusset and everything, next thing you want to do is, I'm just going to unclip the front part of the purse here. Okay, and I have a center line already drawn down. So what you need to do is, you're going to mark your female portion of your snap 2.5 inches down from the top center fold and make that mark. And then you want to go ahead and install your female clip. Okay, or you can use your flap and position it, like push it in to make an indentation, and then use that. But I'm just going to actually use my ruler and measure in from the top portion of my flap 2.5 inches down, because I drew the center line down the middle before. So just try and make a habit of, when you're, you know, working with your fabrics and things like that, to go ahead and mark all your centers, draw lines and things as such, because you never know when you'll truly need to use it. Okay, so I just always like to be prepared. All right, so I'm just gonna mark this, and then before I cut it, okay, so that's where I'm gonna put it. And I'm just using my finger as a placement to see just how far down this is gonna come. Okay, so it will fold down a pretty good bit, because your belt has to come forward too. And we'll close up the front part of the purse. Okay. Okay. All right, so go ahead and install that. And then after you install your female portion or your female snap, go ahead and put your front lining, or excuse me, your front interfacing in as well. So you just have to unclip and slide this in. I'm going to actually spray it down as well, just so I can have it adhered to the bag. And then after that, so if you're not going to put any interfacing in, once you put your front snap in, go ahead and sew your lining to your bag, and you're going to start in your corner, either one of your corners where you left off on the gusset from sewing the bag originally. You'll start there and then sew all the way around, just top stitching 1/8 of an inch all the way around to sew the lining to the front portion of your bag. And then your bag is actually done. So then sit back, look at your bag, make sure everything looks good before we work on the adjustable strap, because once we put the strap on, that is it for this bag. Okay, so go ahead, install your snap, sew around your bag to put your lining, or to attach your lining to your bag, and then come back, and then we will create the adjustable strap, and we will be finished with this bag. Okay, so you should have completed sewing your lining to the outer portion of your bag. And this is what the bag looks like. I went ahead and snapped the bag shut, and then I buckled it. I want to see what it will look like, you know, before we work on the strap portion. But I just wanted to make sure that everything looked good before I continued on with the next step. Okay, so pat yourself on the back so far, because you have done a great job in getting this bag to this part. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put that aside. You're gonna grab your strap, okay? And if you haven't already done so, go ahead and put your interfacing in on your strap. Okay, so I went ahead and ironed mine on because I do have adhesive on the back of my interfacing. And I also went ahead and drew a line straight down the center of this interfacing. So you'll want to go ahead and do that as well, right? Because what we're going to end up doing is folding up to the line here, okay? So you may be able to use some double-sided tape, some glue, or just your clips to clip this into place, but I think I'm going to try using some double-sided tape and positioning it to where my needle won't touch it, hopefully, because once you get both sides folded to the line, right, you'll need to insert or glue or use double-sided tape as well to get this, your strap cover, right, needs to go, it's going to go down the center once this has been folded. So your accent strip is what it's called. So you'll want to make sure that that's going to stick. So like I said, I'm going to try and use a thin piece of double-sided tape just to get my ends up enough to where they will, you know, lay down so that I can put this in the middle, because you're going to end up sewing this, and we want to make sure that it's in and positioned enough to where you can catch the edge of this when sewing. Okay, so go ahead, get your strap lined, or excuse me, interfaced. Bring your ends towards your middle line, okay? Glue it or whatever you need to do, and then stop there. Then we'll come back and we'll put our accent piece on together as well. Okay, so go ahead and move on with that step. Okay, so now that you have your strap glued down, or use a double-sided tape to adhere, you have clips or whatever you do, go ahead and either take another piece of double-sided tape and or some glue or just your clips. Now I'm gonna attempt this with some double-sided tape and just pray that my needle will cooperate when I get ready to sew this. But what you want to do, you want to take your accent piece and you're going to lay that straight down the middle, right? So when we sew it, we want to make sure that we get as close as possible to the edge of the accent so that it's sewn shut with the actual strap, okay? So go ahead, like I said, if you can, use some double-sided tape. I'm going to use a 1/4 inch on this just to, and I probably shouldn't, yeah, I'll use a 1/4 inch because it'll be in the center of the actual tape or the accent piece. So my needle hopefully will not touch this as I sew that accent on. So go ahead, as you can see, I'm just putting tape down the center portion of my strap, okay? And then I'm going to lay down, and I'll just do it in spurts here because sometimes the tape likes to come up. So I will go ahead and take this strip off, lay down the first portion of my accent, put some clips on just to hold it in place. And then once I get my strap accent piece on, I'm going to take it to the machine and I'm going to sew, but I'm going to make sure that I sew along the edge of the strap accent, down the middle, or straight down, come back up to the other side, and then close it off. Okay, so that's what you'll want to do for this step. Go ahead and get everything lined appropriately, put your accent piece on, sew that, and then we'll be ready to put the remaining what do you call them, the remaining pieces of our just trying to get the name, I hate using them, grommets. We'll put the remaining pieces of the grommets on and put this on the bag, and then we're done. Okay, so see you in just a minute. Okay, so you should have already sewn your strap accent down. Okay, and you can check the outside or the front side of your belt, and you'll have 2 stitches going all the way down. So now what we're going to do is first, let's go ahead and sew our belt holder so we can have that ready. And then we will put the buckle on, put this placement on, wrap it through the bag, and we're good as done. So grab your belt holder. You should have already marked that down the center line. So we're just going to repeat this. We're going to fold up to that center line, and we're going to sew all the way around just to close this up. Once we sew around, we're going to mark up 1/4 inch from each end, and we're going to punch a hole, and then we're going to push a rivet through it and close that up. Well, not close it up, sorry. We're going to punch the rivet hole, and then we're going to, on the belt buckle, once we create that piece, we're going to end up wrapping it around just like we did the buckle for the purse. Okay, so first thing first, go ahead and sew your belt holder around all 4 sides. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that really quickly here, and then punch 1/4 inch up, punch a hole on both sides from the end. Position that. Okay, now measure up 1/4 inch, make a dot, and that's where you're going to punch a hole for your rivet. Oops. And it's there. Okay, then I'm just going to bring my other side up and punch a hole straight through to the other side. Okay, so now I'm going to measure on the wrong side up on my strap. What was it, 2 1/4 inch, I believe it was. Let me just check, because we did this, I want to say it was around step 108, but let's just check to make sure. Okay, when we install the buckle, yes. So that's going to be 2 1/4 inches up from the end. We're going to measure 2 1/4 inches up center, punch a hole, and then we will push the buckle through, wrap it around, sew that shut with two lines. You're going to sew 2 lines like we did before. Okay. So I'm going to get my buckle. I'm going to come up from behind it. And I've pushed my material down through the buckle because I want to pull it up to the back end so that I can sew this shut. Okay. So I've pulled it up through. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead as close as I can get to the bar. I'm gonna do 2 stitches going straight across. And I'm sewing from line to line, from stitch line to stitch line, okay? And then I'm going to also punch a hole and put a rivet in as well. I think I can get a little closer with the second line. Yep. Okay. All right, so I have my 2 lines sewn. I'm just going to place my hole for my rivet, and when I get ready to wrap the belt holder around and close that up with a rivet, and I'll press it all at the same time. Okay, so then I'm just going to come down just a bit here for a decorative piece and place a rivet. So that way it secures my hole or my strap. I like working with rivets. I do not like working with, what are those others called? I just keep forgetting the name of them because I don't like them. Grommets. Okay, so I have my rivet placed here, and again I will close that up once I get ready to close the rivet for the strap, the belt strap. Okay, and then what we're going to do, okay, all right, from the top stitch line, we're gonna go 2 1/4 down the center, and that's where we will start our loop for the belt strap. Oops, let me measure first. Okay. Okay. Punch my hole. Make sure it's centered. Okay, I'm gonna insert my rivet from the right side through to the wrong side. So from the top to the underneath, okay? Then I'm going to take my belt strap. Okay, I'm going to place this, since I have it turned over, I'm going to place it wrong side down. I'm going to wrap it around, come back, place it through the other hole here, and put my cap on. And this is my rivet cap for closure. Okay, so this is what we have so far. And then I'll take my rivet press and I'll go ahead and press both of these closed. And then what we're going to do, now that we have this piece done, the second to the last step is going to be, let me just get down to the bottom here, for our grommets, because we can go ahead and measure where we're going to put our grommets. And one of the things is, like the instructions have you, once you have this piece done, right, you're gonna feed it through. Remember where we didn't sew, like we sewed our top stitch in this little crevice here, and we didn't connect it to the lining. You're gonna actually feed your belt or your strap through there, and you'll feed it where your bottom of your strap is facing up, and you'll feed it through to the other side. Okay, once you do that, then you're going to install your grommets. What I'm going to do is go ahead and measure where my grommets should be and then place that through. Okay, so let's see where the grommets should go. Okay, so on the remaining side where we don't have the buckle, so the other end, wrong end, we want to measure in and mark 1 1/4 inches. Okay. That's going to be marked in your center. Oops. Okay. And then from there, we're going to do the same thing we did before with this strap. We're going to make sure we have 5 holes. Okay. So we're going to install 5 grommets. So you'll go ahead at every 1 inch. So go ahead and mark 4 more dots on your strap at the 1 inch mark from each previous. And then you'll go ahead and put your grommets in. And then we will feed this in through the purse. Okay, So 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more. So I'm going to go ahead and close my rivets on both pieces here. And then I'm going to create my holes and put my grommets on. And then we'll be right back. Okay, so go ahead and do the same. Okay, so once you have completed by putting your grommets in, putting your strap holder on, and if you did any rivets to hold it as well, then you go ahead and you feed it through the top portion of your purse, right? So what I did was with the underlined piece, you know how we did our accent piece, with that facing up, I fed it through the top portions that were open, right, between the fabric and your lining. So I fed it through, it went through seamless for me. And then I also fed the raw end through the back end of the mini and out. And then I buckled it. Okay. Now, I don't know if your grommets are cooperating with you, but mine are not cooperating tonight. I'm going to have to get some additional longer grommets and kind of redo my belt holders. Not belt holders, but my grommets, my belt holes, I will say, to get something a little stronger. Now, I heard someone mention also that they put a little bit of what is that, super glue behind the grommets, and then they place it onto the fabrics, and then they adhere it to the bags. So I might try that, because these grommets just do not want to stay in. But anyways, we have successfully completed our main bag and our mini bag. So you should be very proud of yourself. Take lots of pictures and send them out. But this was a success with creating this bag, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If it was informative for you, please go ahead and like this video, subscribe to my channel. I do all sorts of crafts and sew different handbags as well. And make sure you have your notification turned on, so anytime I post something, you will be notified. So again, I hope this was informative for you. Thanks for sticking it out with me as we went through and created our main and our mini. Have a good night.